What's up? Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. চলো শুরু করে দে। একটু দেরি হয়ে গেল। মানে অসুবিধা নেই, if you know me, you know. I'm always late. এই নিয়েছে by default কি? ঠিক আছে, let's go.
That had some good ideas behind it, and they also had a great performance from Primi. I think they again need both those things to beat Vitality today, and I think they really have to shake them, because Vitality, when they're playing at their normal form, has really good fundamentals to shut that kind of stuff down.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And if they can shake them, that's where the win condition is, because we saw that Vitality already has a problem in adapting, right? But you don't know, maybe it was just an off day for them.
Yeah, and we also have to bring up both these teams have a lot of rookies on that stage, and I think having the mental resiliency to like stay in it if you do get shaken like that is a big part of it.
And I'll tell you what, if there's a team that's mentally resilient, it's got to be Talon, because Frost, I mean, he's pretty hard on the boys, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a tough coach.
Bit of tough love.
Yeah, and sometimes, look, they say the pressure can turn rocks into diamonds, but sometimes I also think when you got a lot of young players on that stage, that could also backfire. The pressure could be a little too much.
Very true, but something about him that's very unique is that he takes a lot of that pressure off of them by being that guy that, you know, is like the Dark Knight of Valorant. You know, I gotta say it. Like actually though, so him taking a lot of the fire kind of relieves pressure off the players.
তারা তো স্টার্টটা না করলে কোথা থেকে শেয়ার করব?
They actually buy into the system. They have a good team.
Schedule করে রেখেছিস? দেখিনি।
He's really hard on them. But they buy into it. They like it.
I think it really depends on the players, right? Like some players respond really well to that, like kind of harsher,
I
I guess, like more like traditional sporty kind of coaching, and some players don't. But if it works,
তুই কি আবার আজকে তুই যাবি নাকি এবার কানে হেডফোন দিয়ে কাজ করতে?
Let's go ahead and get a quick word from Governor about the state of Talon as we get ready.
আজকে কি পুরো দেখবি তো, যে পরে কিন্তু PRX আছে?
Player moment.
My name's Peter, but most of you probably know me as
আজ কালকে যাওয়া ক্যান্সেল হয়ে গেল নিশ্চয়ই। এই একটা কথা বলতো তুই না আমাকে, তোর যদি মনে থাকে, সৌম ঠাকুমা কি আগের বছর মারা গেছিলেন?
I think everybody kind of expected us to win that match.
তোর মনে আছে?
The fact that Governor as a solo lurk eliminates him is great, and look at the economy already. Okay, Governor.
আমার মনে হচ্ছে 2 বছর আগে মারা গেছিলেন।
Take it down Aspas as well.
The person that has probably guided me the most and has been sort of a mentor for me since coming to Korea is probably my teammate Ban. His name is Joseph, but Joseph has been super helpful in terms of like, you know, things that are like kind of outside of the game, like staying consistent and like how to deal with certain pressure and also just in-game stuff.
Nice,
Joseph is very intelligent. I think his time on T1 really accelerated, and
even I get the first one
from when we last met, which was 2 years ago.
আমি ভিআই
Now after me,
একটু ভাইটালিটির মধ্যে একটু ঢলা আমি।
he's become
কারণ টিএলএন এর উপর আমি অলরেডি টাকা লাগিয়ে দিয়েছি
and has become my mentor.
টাকা না, মানে টুইচের পয়েন্টস।
So
কি করে আমি লাগাবো না বল।
ওই যে দেখো নিচে প্রেডিকশন চলছে, ওখানে ক্লিক করো, ওই যে তোমার চ্যাটটা খোলো, ওই যে অ্যারো তোমার প্রোফাইলে নিচে
another player in this team that
again
you're really just looking to see every one of these guys bring it today, baby bay. But Sender in that controller role is certainly going to have his work cut out for him with his very unique talent line.
নিচে ওটা
Yeah, he's going to have to do a lot of finessing around smokes.
এই তোমার 1000 কয়েন হলো, সব বাদ দাও, এবার এক কাজ করো, উপরে যাও,
very special, and that's why they went on the run they
এই উপরে
আরো উপরে
He wouldn't have been here for sure.
Yeah, Sender as well. It's hard to know how good the inner workings of a team are, but I feel like their macro and besides that game at Champions in the NBA at least, their adaptations tended to be
কত কয়েন পেলে
really
কি
good,
হবে,
and you
কোনগুলো
definitely
কি
have to give
করতে
some of
পারবো?
the credit
জাস্ট
to this
প্রেডিকশন
guy as the
তারপর
squad's leader.
স্টিকার পাঠানো যায়, ওই আর কি
I'm actually quite curious to see what we end up going with
soft
the
টাকা
max.
লাগবে।
That is going to be very interesting. We'll find that out in just a
না
little
মানে
bit.
এগুলো ডবল হবে কি? জিতলে
Talon versus Vitality, PRX versus FUT. Day 8 of Champion Seoul starts right now.
এই পয়েন্টগুলো রিডিম করে আন
না
500 পয়েন্ট ভিআইটি কে দিয়ে দিই আর 500 পয়েন্ট PRX এর জন্য
না তুমি একটা টিমে করতে পারবে
হ্যাঁ
একটা টিমে মানে একদিনে একটা টিম না প্রত্যেকটা খেলাতেই হ্যাঁ তো পরে তো
এই ভাই আমি তো লোটাসই সমস্ত টাকা লাগিয়ে দিলাম যা ভাই আমি তো একটা ম্যাপের সব টাকা লাগিয়ে I am not a good juari. Back
আমি কত দুটো সাত মতো ইউজ করেছি ইয়েতে টিএল এর জন্য
কি বলবো
You cannot winning everything in life, so you just need to stay calm and not overreact.
আমি তো অ্যালেক্স কে দেখতে আছি আর কাউকে
bounce back and move on, I will say.
EDG, a 2-0 finish.
ডুমের ভবিষ্যৎ অ্যালেক্সটা বুঝলে
O yüzden şu an aldığımız ilk yenilgi beklediğimiz bir sonuç değildi ama şu an daha her şey bitmedi. O yüzden üstüne koyarak devam etmeye çalışacağız. PRX bence geçen sene oynadığımız PRX'le çok aynı değil bence.
বলে না ভাই কে কখন কোন সব রাউন্ড করব কি বের করে নিয়ে চলে
bence. We realize there is a problem in our team we need to fix and I hope it's gonna work. O yüzden son şans yapacak bir şey yok. Kaybedersen evine gidersin. Here we are meeting again. So let's just have fun.
Şampiyon olmamız için açıkçası birbirimize güvenmemiz, eğimimize güvenmemiz lazım.
Özgüven.
Evet. Şimdi biz geçen sene futbola bak Champions'ta kaldık. Şimdi tekrar kaldık. Bu sefer 5 Türk artı yanımızda eski şampiyon var.
Estağfurullah, estağfurullah.
Champions ünvanını yenilemenin vakti geldi bence.
Geldi. Bu sene o sene.
VCT 2024 Champion.
Şampiyon olmaya.
Şampiyon olmaya diye.
Şampiyon olmaya.
Against
Vallahi
Love
hocam
was
ben.
disappointing, even despite being underdogs and being expected to lose. It was a close game.
I think we came in going, okay, they're probably going to get bullied out of this server. But this squad, Talon, they've impressed.
We keep beating ourselves with like these tiny little mistakes that have nothing to do with how good we are. Champs. Now that
এই তো
I've been
আমার
here, I
স্ক্রিন
definitely got the
রেকর্ডিং
sense
এ
that I belong.
ডিসকর্ডের ভয়েস রেকর্ড হয়
It's a hard loss
কি
for
করে
us. This team is very young. This is my first chance.
ওখানে
for me.
সেটিংসে
I
গিয়ে
want
দেখ
to go
ডিসকর্ডটা
play
অ্যালাউ
best.
করছিস নাকি নাহলে মাইকে কোন কোনটা অ্যালাউ হচ্ছে মাইকে কি শুধু ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড অ্যালাউ হচ্ছে ডিসকর্ড কিন্তু অ্যালাউ হয়
It's only now. So use it.
আমি সোবার আলটা মারা শিখে গেল না সোবার আলটা মারতেই পারি
Thai players are able to shine on the bigger stage.
ওভারঅল সব থেকে সোজা
কারা
সোভা
আমার কাছে ঠিক আছে ভাই
ওভারঅল তার হচ্ছে পিওর আল্ট হচ্ছে অ্যাসিস্ট পাওয়ার জন্য
ডুম একটু ভালো খেল না কবে আমাদের বলে বালু বুলু স্পোর্টস এটা আমার খুব ভালো লাগে অ্যানাউন্সমেন্টটা
ভাইটালিটির কোচটা একটা হ্যারি পটার মতো দেখতে বাট মোটা ভার্সন
হ্যাঁ ভাই বললি এবার নাও আই ক্যান নট আনসি
And here we go. Talon Esports taking on Vitality. Both teams backs against the wall, do or die. You win here, you move on to the competition. It only gets tougher from this point forward, and you lose your tournament. Your dreams are done.
And your year, these teams have made great runs in their regions, but have yet to show up fully here at Champs. Looking at our map, Vito, I think what's really interesting about prepping a Vito against Talon is that there is so much variety in what they're willing to play. In Pacific, a lot of maps, they're playing multiple comps. And even when they've shown up here to Champions, they're willing to do the same. So I think for Vitality, the day is going to be about adaptation if they get thrown a change-up.
Yeah, you got to be able to call on the fly. It's going to be a lot on Sender right now. We talked about him earlier, about how special he actually is. and he's going to have to prove it in this moment. He's going to have to step up big time.
Yeah, indeed he is. And now, another thing to keep in mind with that Lotus pick coming in from Talon, I'm kind of excited maybe see the Primi on Clove.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that, remember, his first ever map was on that Clove, and he went insane. A 4K in the first pistol round he played at a tier 1 level.
Yeah, he went nuclear. And the story of this map pool is honestly, obviously, Lotus is Talon stomping grounds. They won the last 4 matches on it. You go to Sunset. You have the last 4 matches won by Vitality.
Yeah.
It should go to Bind. It should go to Bind.
It should, but if Talon moves Lotus, that's where things get scary. Because Talon, I mean, they look great in their region, but this is the stomping ground for these EMEA teams. Vitality has played a lot of Lotus against some of the best teams in the world here. And as we look at the comps, we get Primi on the Clove again. That should be sick to watch.
It's actually the same composition as the last 4 matches these teams have played. Or, well, I guess the first one for Primi, right?
Sure.
Second one for them. But Vitality have played this comp the last 4 times, and they beat Heretics on it.
They did.
And it's not easy to beat Heretics on this map. We saw them go crazy in Shanghai.
And I think the deadlock implementation from Ban honestly looked pretty solid. They had some good ideas on their defense, but they are definitely feeling the lack of Cypher at times. I would imagine Vitality is going to look to
500 পয়েন্ট লাগালাম ভাইটালিটির উপর ম্যাপ উইন পার্সেন্টেজ 42.9% আর ট্যালনের 100%।
And when you're running a breach composition,
আরে দাঁড়া, এটা ভ্যালোরেন্ট ভাই, যা খুশি হতে পারে। দাঁড়া, এই আমাকে একটা কথা বল না, এই আমার এই ফোনটাতে একটা অপশন আছে স্যাটেলাইট বলে, কি হয় ওটাতে?
ওটা স্যাটেলাইট কল করা যায় যখন তোর মোবাইল নেটওয়ার্ক থাকবে না, তখন তুই এমার্জেন্সি সার্ভিসেসে বলে স্যাটেলাইটে তুই মেসেজ পাঠাতে পারবি, ফোন করা যায়।
তোমার আইফোন তো?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ,
ও তোমার ইসে এমার্জেন্সি সার্ভিসেস তোমার কাজে লাগে আর কিছু না।
তা ওটা আমি কি করে মানে ওর জন্য ওটা ব্ল্যাঙ্ক মানে লগ অন করা যাচ্ছে না, মানে ওটা পুরো গ্রে আউট। আর শোন, আর বলছি আইপে যেটা ওই কন্টাক্ট প্লেস যেটা পে হয়, ওটার জন্য কি কোনো সাবস্ক্রিপশন নিতে হয়? অ্যাপল পে না আইপি কে?
অ্যাপল পে গুগল পেটা ফ্রি জানি।
গুগল পে
মানে জিপে টা না, গুগল পে ট্যাপ টু পে যেটা, সেটা
ট্যাপ টু পে আছে এখানে।
হ্যাঁ, তোর আইফোনও থাকার কথা। আরে বেসিক্যালি তুই দেখিস না যে ওই ক্রেডিট কার্ডে ট্যাপ টু পে করে লোকে সেই মেশিনের উপরে, তুই সেখানে ফোনটা টাকালেই পে হয়।
হ্যাঁ, ওটা তাই না।
You might have watched these teams.
ওটা ইয়ে দিয়ে ক্রিয়েট দিয়ে অন করা আছে।
Remember some of the cores into the previous year.
ওটা ফিচার আমার NFC দিয়ে ক্রিয়েট দিয়ে অন করা আছে, আমার গুগল পে দিয়ে অন করা ক্রিয়েট দিয়ে
earning their spot this year at Champions.
তোর অ্যাপল পেটা ওরকমই কেস কিছু
One
একটা
of the
দেখ।
big narratives that I think we have to touch.
আরে ওর অ্যাপটাই কোনটা সেটাই পাচ্ছি না।
অ্যাপ থাকে না, সেটিংস থেকে অ্যাপল পে থেকে তো ইনস্টল
win one game to get them to champs after they'd earned that spot in playoffs.
গুগলে ট্যাপ টু পে এর যেমন অ্যাপ থাকে না, গুগল পে তে গিয়ে একটা ইয়ে করা যায়, সেটা আলাদা।
In the match
অ্যান্ড্রয়েডে ট্যাপ টু পেটা
to win those pistols. He literally won them that map just through that impact. Whereas Vitality on the other side, winning nearly 60% of their pistol rounds, 60% of their bonuses. They are used to getting off to hot beginnings in these maps. Only one narrative can prevail here.
তোমাকে ইয়ে খুলতে হবে, যত জানি আমি ওয়ালেট অ্যাপ খুলতে হবে, ওয়ালেট থেকে সেটআপ
set ideas that Vitality have coming into it. Early on you're seeing it. Vitality posture over towards the B side here with a nice and early haunt. Doesn't reveal too much, and perfectly willing to slow it all down.
Sender's going to want to be looking to bait out this barrier mesh.
ভাই এটা দেখতে পাবে তো ভাই, ওয়াক করলে তো শুনতে হবে। এই বাবা,
thinking about it in the back of their minds, and they do bait out some of that utility, but Runner needs to put his best foot forward, and he does so with that opening kill.
So they break the barrier mesh, force out all of the utility from back. No deadlock util left around, and this trip kind of stops Jit Boys in his tracks.
Good nade from Governor Note.
Look how
almost inevitable.
Look how well Vitality are bleeding out utility here, and they still have nearly full breach util and paranoia and horn and boombot. Vitality are winning the utility game right now.
Losing the map.
Jiggle
gets the info, needs to back away here with a paranoia to bail himself out, even go for the swing himself. A few stray bullets. Does need to play for his life here though. And Trex has been isolated, calling for the retreat as well, and regroup back up to just 20 seconds left. This is going into the stack of the Talon players. I feel like there's danger online here, but with Primi dropped, it's all navigated. Same pair of hands. Runner himself leading the charge for the rest of his team with that 3-piece.
Now it comes down to these individual moments. Jit Boys, classic game is looking sharp today, but not going to be enough. Ban's left to do quite a lot of damage done.
1v3.
Kicks and Trex, but you got to think that discipline, vitality, yeah, contact from Trex, and if he didn't win it out, there's plenty more players where that came from.
Hello?
So, pistol round, keeping it going here. Vitality, the statistics, leading the charts with it.
And I think you can see in that pistol why they've been so successful. They approach these rounds extremely seriously. They're trying to work out every piece of that defensive utility before they go into the site exec. Was it slightly worrying because they had little time left on the clock? Yes. But if you're comfortable in that position, then it's still going to be very successful for Vitality. That raw individualism, not able to find the value there for Talon. And Vitality picking up big weaponry, Vandal, Phantom, looking to bring that into their bonus round. Another reason why Vitality have got off to such incredible beginnings in their halves. Over a third of the halves they start up 4-0, winning that pistol, follow-up, bonus, follow-up.
It's a big deal. Not just for the economy, obviously. I mean, it's good to have the weaponry, but ult's built up.
I think the Sender's calling's very strong on this map too. So Talon, while this map has been good for them since adding Primi, and Primi on the Clove will give you big moments. You just have to wait and watch. He's much better, in my opinion, in that second-in position rather than the entry, where he can trade out his teammates so consistently. So Talon are going to feel comfortable here, but Sender's calling on attack side is going to look to pick them to pieces.
It's a nice and early plan here for Vitality. There shouldn't be too much danger here for them. Stack of talent did not pay off.
Maybe you are.
Just thinking about the compositions as well. It's odd for both teams. I mean, they're not playing meta stuff. These are the usual compositions that they will play on these maps. But they are, you know, I suppose the usual flow chart that we would go into, I think, talking about Lotus. Maybe that trying to build up showstoppers for the execs.
I mean, the showstopper is still going to be a really big tool that both teams rely on their attack side. But for Vitality, we have actually seen quite a few teams lean into this double initiator look on Lotus. Where it's supposed to succeed on the defense side is by playing a lot of these heavy retakes. Use plant denial and then retakes to be able to build up strong defense sides. That's an area that Vitality have struggled with. So when the sides swap, then it's anybody's game.
Yeah, we'll be taking a closer look at that.
But I think, yeah, the importance here in these early few rounds of Lotus is for Talon to make sure that Vitality do not snowball out of control. This is a big round for Talon to try to win so that they can avoid that economic collapse.
Managing their economy as well, they can bring in 3 rifles. Tons of danger here. Vitality in the hands of Kicks, Trex, excuse me. And early Odin spam. Been a while since we've seen some value gain from that one, but Runner just overextending into the corner, not anticipating it.
Yeah, not thinking that that was going to be coming through. Nice pickup from Cruz, good positioning too. We see that from quite a few teams. But you're right, doesn't normally end in a kill. Vandal, not wasted. Safe gets that one back. Very, very far away from a showstopper. Not even a single point gained for Safe there on that attack side. So it's going to be looking like building up towards that Rolling Thunder instead. Here you see Kicks prioritizing the orb. He's got the one with the spike as well.
He's been straight past the barrier mesh, but it's bursted down at a moment's notice, and they do have this insert. Now a nade over towards B as well. It's posturing occurring, trying to pull these players away to potentially allow Sender to get a cheeky kill, but he's just holding the space for now and takes the speed. I mean, that peak timing is beautiful. Ban had the Utilan in his hands.
It's fantastic calling from Sender. That insert, go and pressure B.
He's got walk about. It's Primi. He's so alone taking that one, and spam through the smoke will do most of the job. End the round basically before it even begins.
This is what I'm talking about. The Vitality bonuses, they are just so good. We see that. Could be set, could have been called on the fly. Either way, break the barrier mesh as soon as it's placed and get Sender deep. Talon don't really have that protocol to re-clear through water.
That's a really nice idea.
Yeah, and he's just there perfectly. There's not much that Ban can do to think about that.
Yeah.
Unless he's got teammates with him that are willing to flush that out. Both teams should start to get ideas about this kind of stuff, and maybe it'll force Talon to sit back a little more on the C side. Either that or push super aggro. But you don't want to be stuck in a middle ground where you're worried about people infiltrating you.
These guns need to be held into the necks if you are Talon. What is the danger? Safe. Rips one of them away.
And so only the Odin saved. That was a 4v5 as well. Lest we forget, that was with Runner dying at the start to Odin's bounce. No value gain from his death, just a straight up 4v5. This is the kind of stuff that people were expecting to see from Vitality coming into the tournament.
Right out the gates.
Exactly. If they can sustain this, then they will start to flip people's perspective of how the team's performing. Because it was a big shock to a lot of people that they ended up going down to Tracer.
Of course, you know, I mean, they were peaking at the right times in EMEA regionally. Making all the way to the finals.
কি আর করব অলরেডি পড়াশোনা শুরু করেছি দেখি ইয়ে পাওয়া যায় কিনা ফেলোশিপ
Vitality would be a great team, really good rookie
পাওয়া যায় নাকি
do much for the first half of the year and they recovered that by putting safe back onto the list, swapping up a few of their roles, making a coach
ওই যে নেট দিয়ে যদি পাই
today would be devastating.
ফেলোশিপ মানে কি
ফেলোশিপ মানে হচ্ছে গভর্নমেন্টের ফান্ডিং পিএইচডি করার জন্য
For both teams as well, I think the expectations set themselves are quite high as well.
ফান্ডিং মানেই তো স্টাইপেন্ড পাবে
না ওর পড়ার খরচাও গভর্নমেন্ট দেবে আর ওকে পড়তে টাকা দেবে বুঝতে পেরেছিস স্টাইপেন্ডও পাবে আবার ইয়েও পাবে
And I don't think it's completely unreasonable.
অনলাইন আমাদের ট্যাক্সের টাকাগুলো মারবি তুই
You know, 80% of the game where
এই তুই কি আমার টাকা পড়বে অ্যাঙ্গেলটা চেক কর এ ভাই ঠিক ও কি আমার টাকা পড়বে তাহলে তুহিন
দেখা গেল
পড়বে কিনা জানি না
দেখা গেল ওর মধ্যে একটা কামারও আছে
কি বলছিস তুই
ওর থেকে তো আমার টাকা তো বেশি তো আছে ভাই আমার যে ট্যাক্স কাটে
কত কাটে তো কত এখন পার্সেন্ট কত
এখন তো 10% আমার অলমোস্ট 70000
Make sure they can use full usage.
না সেটা বুঝলাম তো 10% কি মানে রিসেন্টার পড়ো রিসেন্টের এটার পড়ো
নালে 1 লাখ চলছে
Together a couple of more of these kills would be ideal for them.
তাহলে এখন লোকে ট্যাক্স কাটার টাকা দিয়ে বলে দিতে তার স্যালারি রেঞ্জ কত
And they're very aware, of course, the one way popped up.
ঠিক না
প্রথমবারই বলা যেত প্রথমও বলা যেত
না প্রথমে তো আমি জানতাম না
তাদের কোনো এক্সাম্পশন থাকে না তাদের
just to clean up these last players.
I'm not sure the governor's even going to want to go down
here. তাহলে বলতো স্বাগতর কথা কাটে
saving the Odin would be a priority, but he's got no chance.
No chance.
The breach util comes flooding into that connector. And so far, it's Center's calling that's pushing them over the line. Vitality
না হ্যাঁ স্বাগতরটা কেউই বলতে পারবে না স্বাগতরটা রাইট
with an incredibly early tactile.
I was about to wonder. I think the calling has just been, as you mentioned, it's stellar, despite the fact that
না এটা ভালো ডিসিশন নিয়েছে বাড়িটা করার
losing a player
খুব
with
ভালো
the death on their side.
কিলোই ওর প্ল্যান কতদূর আগের থেকেই ছিল না আগের বছর থেকে ছিল ওর প্ল্যান অ্যাপ্রুভ হয়নি সেই মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি ঝামেলা
You're losing the straight up game if you just sit back and
কতদূর কাজ হয়েছে এখন অবধি
Vitality are going. You're clearly getting out cold. So I'd like to see Talon try to challenge a little more. Look to go for some of these 2 or 3 person reclears through B. Yes, it didn't work on the pistol. You died to Runner, but that can't dissuade you from going from it entirely. Maybe take a big fight towards C-Mount. If they pressure you, all right. Figure out what happens when you take the fight to Vitality. You already know what happens when you just sit back passively. You lose it.
এই গভর্নর
সবাইকে আটিয়ে দেবে
Active.
সবাইকে আটিয়ে দিয়েছে শালা 50টা গ্লোবাল অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটর মারা ও কালকে বলছি ব্রো ইটস অলরেডি হাফ সেঞ্চুরি ও হাসছে শালা
and the talent leadership of Frost and Cruz
সবাইকে আটিয়ে দিল
they do hold their team to a standard.
হ্যাঁ আমাদের আমি তো পারমিশন নিয়ে করছি এটা তো টেস্ট ট্রেনের যদি বাট তাও কদিন আগে আমাদের ওই যেটা বানালাম না তুহিন কিছুদিন আগে সেই অ্যাক্টিভ ডাইরেক্টরিতে ওটাতে বুট ফোর্স অ্যাটাক হয়েছে বুঝলি
Here we're going to see a bit of an explosive fight over towards A Robert.
কোনো ভাবে সব বন্ধ করে পাসওয়ার্ড চেঞ্জ করে ও ডোমেন অ্যাডমিন সব সবাইকে হাঁটিয়ে দেয়
sees connects and that is beautiful timing. Laid out one after another here by Talon. The season and aid. Big opener with Sender now gone. And a re-exploration out towards C.
এই কালকে তোরা হেভি নেমেসটা হেরে গেলি না লাস্টে
Primi and Bad side by side going to be catching unaware.
ওরা তোরা অত ভালো স্টার্ট করে কি করে হারলি রে আমি কালকে মানে এটা ওটা কাজ
ভাই
it's all about not squandering it and letting it slip because Vitality already making calls of their own. The contact plays creeping and crawling up through and around.
কি সুন্দর স্টার্ট করলি রে কালকে ম্যাচ রাউন্ডটা আমি শুধু দুটো রাউন্ড দেখলাম তারপরে আমি আর দেখিনি
Already with Cruz falling, Jitboy's forced to retreat in through the back of the side, and he needs some help and support. Governor up and over the shoulder from that high ground. Trex with a beautiful shot, lands it, nails it, and he wants even more, but the showstopper earned and will get a kill. Dropping Trex in the process, kicks that last one left. Offered these easy 1v1s, and he's brought it to that 1v2. Plan will get the ult online.
Another spot where Ban and Primi probably need to be getting a little active. Pushing forwards, catching kicks as he goes for the plant.
This time committing to it. He's seen no signs of life, and already right from behind, there's the backstab. Talon. You don't want to let that one slip. Beginning of that round when they get off to such a good start with those 2 opening kills.
That's a very solid tack timeout and good adjustment coming off the back of it. It's exactly what we were talking about. Instead of sitting passively on the sites, go out, get that information. C's nade, well timed together to be able to punish Sender off the rip, but then the double push coming out through C, catching onto Runner, opening up the map massively and forcing Vitality's hand. They had to go for the react into A because they had no info left. As soon as you take the Cypher down. And we were waiting for both of these Raze players to get off the blocks. It's Governor, who had 0 kills, goes up to 3 in that round. Big part of why his team was able to get across the line.
Find you. Probably going to see more of that proactivity from Talon. I mean, the rubble fight worked out massively in their favor. It was a really good idea.
You see Sender not going for the same teleport this time. There is some luck involved. Saves it.
Through the B side. I mean, Governor's stunned up as well, so he can't really supplement the defense. Hold it against Nade. Barrel down to the feet. Safe is in so much danger here. And a bullet spraying away. Governor is fully aware of the positioning here, but an ult earned up. At least from the prior round. So Kix is holding on to this roll in front with the plant down. And Sender is going walkabouts. Wrapping all the way around, Talon unaware of this, and this is the danger when you're running that deadlock. You don't have that passive map control. Ban, unlikely contender, and still wants a tango. The paranoia is good, excellent in fact, and the kills are being primed up for the taking. TP for the reposition now, rolling Thunder, pushing them back in a way to defuse. Will not be able to be stuck, and look at this from Sender is working magic. Miracles across the map, making it so damn uncertain. Still down now. Just to the one player, it's Kicks, time running so damn short, it's got to be on his side. Rip the shorty out, but already the round is won.
That's a
3v5 recovery from Vitality. Another situation where the Talon leadership will be kicking themselves.
Outlaw করছে এমেন্টটাতে ঠিক আছে আউটলটার সাথে একদম জাজ নিয়ে ওই অত থেকে
are not as aware of some of the other teams about the shortfalls of the deadlock comp. Love this sinking the Omen ult with the fade ult, so there's no noise. Beautiful stuff. Sender again, the playmaker, the one that's understanding the flaws of how Talon are playing their defense side.
Let's get to the point now where Vitality looking so damn in control of the rest of this game. This opening map, it needs to go Talon's way. Sunset for Vitality, in my opinion, one of their best maps, if not the best map for them.
And kind of low down in Talon's map pool as well.
So
the choices for Talon today to ban were Icebox or Sunset. They went for Icebox. So if Talon are able to win here and win on Bind, it's a very winnable series for them. It really is, but at the moment, underperforming their expectations, their standard.
Going for that free peek. Wide, it wasn't really set up with too much more util, but still plucks Sender out of that picture. You need to make plays like that when the weaponry is low. Going for the stack over towards C.
Yeah, they already cleared Sender from this spot. They didn't see anybody else, and yet the rotate still comes through to 5 stack on C, leaving all the rest of the map open. I think that's a mistake.
Talking about mistakes, man. Safe is almost getting crushed in the hydraulics of the map.
And he's played a really bad game so far. I'm not just talking about the scoreboard. There have been so many moments where Safe is getting caught out. Not what I expected at all for a top 5 duelist.
Flustered. Opportunities. Can't squander them here. Trex is hearing all sorts of footsteps. What is going on? With a macro play here, the fast flank of Talon is committed with all 5 of them. They have, I mean, listen, understatement to say that they've lost full map control here. The plant down onto the B site, flanks on flanks.
Both teams here will be wondering what the hell the other is doing.
Yeah, there's so much unknown. With the Nightfall committed as well, you've got to be aware, obviously, of the one position, but it's fully avoided out wide.
Talon's like, okay, there's nobody on B. They planted B, there's no one here.
Yeah. Who's going to be playing this one for the post? What do they've got for it? Sees, flying but dodged. Aftershock, and one of their own as well. That util combo is nasty. No kill annihilation now popped off Talon. Going for the stick here and covering through these smokes as well. A bit of spam will save the arm. And they're all lining up for it. My goodness. Damage done. Talon have got to bring this back from the brink, but they cannot do it. The weaponry too strong. Vitality once more. Just pull him. I mean, dude, they are getting away with so much here.
Yeah, I think the adjustment to try to fight more in the early round is actually working for Talon. It's another round, I think, where they got up 5v3 again, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big advantage.
They picked off Sender, they picked off Safe. Yeah, it was a 5v3 again. And yeah, the weaponry's not that great. And the plant position is awkward to deal with. But the decision-making is leaving me scratching my head.
It's real strange. Again, another least clash over towards the rubber angle. Last time Vitality were not favored in this one, so they're willing to concede it very early on. Can't get that space. Pivot by Trex potential there. He's just trying to catch the contact with these players. Pre-aim with the bullets.
Trying to make as much noise on B as possible, make himself feel big as Vitality flood into C instead. Talon have not known where Vitality are trying to plant at any point in this match.
Be playing for that retake, missed time in here with a flash and a peek, but at least playing together in the moment. Kicks, he's gone for that plant, spam down straight for the Warper and me. Off angle is nice, still being hunted down. Spray down, Sender, that was a messy one, still granted that kill. They need a few more where that came from. Still sitting with that player disadvantage. Governor with a showstopper, but he's going to be dropped and that's no longer a problem. Now for the reflank, Jit Boys, off round. Trex is so damn aware. Dropped them before a moment's notice, Cruise and Ban. A lot to do in this spot. Time ticking away, you can hear it, the spike, and this is going to become a problem. And the call is made already. They're just backing away, got to save some of these guns. But this is a brutal, brutal beginning for Talon, as we've already mentioned. The map pool, when you zoom out, Sunset, it's not one what they're favored on. If they go down early into this series, I mean, where do they win?
I mean, and this is tragic, the way that it's slipping away from Talon. It's another 5v3, Brent.
Yeah.
Another one. That's 3 in a row.
The player advantages, you cannot be dropping them like this.
Especially when Safe is not winning his duels. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, 2 and 4. Kicks died getting the plant down. Safe dies taking a duel that's pretty reasonable. He just can't get it. And you fumble the 5v3 retake. Doesn't matter what kind of macro ideas you've got if you're losing advantage spots like that.
Just fumbling it here. Bullets are flying forwards towards these Vitality players. Safe's almost dropped.
Another round where Safe's very weak and is going to struggle to get value. Another team flash from Vitality.
It flustered from both of these teams, but now there's going to be a fight taken with the showstopper in the hands of Governor. No kills to be found. Any sort of damage as well, but it might be supplemented at least. Primi, the rest of his squad going to be alongside it. Full stack of these players.
Give him another one and then win the 3v5 again. Apparently, there need to be 2 sacrifices in order for Vitality to win the rounds. Blood for the Blood God. They're going back over towards C. This is where the barrier mesh was laid down early on. That is going to be expiring at some point, but Ban's trying to keep that timing in the back of his head. He can hear the shots now, too. So he knows for probably the first time that Vitality are looking to end C.
They're in the fight here.
Oh.
At the same time, they actually have opportunities to go back to runner. You know, they're not full committed to C right now.
Might be soon.
Careful
of overstepping himself.
আমার গেল
points
গুলো
from the Talon players. And the players
they're looking
as well.
to go B. Look at the spot that runner's got himself into.
আমার মুখ হচ্ছে কালো মুখ, ঠিক আছে? আমি যা বলি খারাপ জিনিস আমার হয়ে যায়। হেরে যাবি, এই হবে যে। তুহিন হচ্ছে বারা বৃহস্পতি তুঙ্গে। ও যদি বলে আজকে গ্লোবাল স্পোর্টস জিতবে, তাহলে গ্লোবাল স্পোর্টসই জিতবে। বলে না, কারণ চায় না যে ইন্ডিয়া জিতুক।
ওই টিমটা না জেতাই বেটার।
না, বাট আমি দেখেছি, আমি লক্ষ্য করেছি, জোকস অ্যাপার্ট আমি লক্ষ্য করেছি, ও বারা যদি বলে, আর যদি স্বাগত বলে না আজকে জিতবে না, তাহলে কারো বাবার ক্ষমতা নেই জিতবে। হ্যাঁ, সিরিয়াসলি।
Is locking it down fully, entirely. Attack from Governor, but now looking this way, that way, 180 direction. Not enough eyes available for him to even know which way to play it around in. This is Vitality again. Now they're just walking all over them.
And I said that Vitality's defense was not amazing, and Talon will look good on the attack side. It doesn't matter if you end up losing this half to this kind of degree. The second half, it's not even really going to get played.
I know. It's, at this point, money's not good for the next round as well for Talon. Spoiler alert. Probably figured that one out yourself.
They need somebody to go huge on this eco to get them back in. They need an 8-4 half here. I mean, could they maybe do it with a 9-3 and a pistol? Like, you're stretching at that point. Really? You are really stretching. And if they lose this, the series is looking so tough to win, almost impossible. And that's champs on the line for Talon, a team that did a great job of even getting here in the first place. They want to use this opportunity.
Absolutely. You don't want to just let it drop and slip away. Another exit. 2 matches played, and that's it. That's all you've got to showcase on the big stage. You can't have that being the case. I think back to the beginning, we're talking about the nerves at play, at work. This match, big portion of it feels like who is going to be able to get more comfortable on the stage faster. For Vitality right now, they're in large amounts of control, safe. Opportunities for him to get onto the board of a couple of these eco kills. Door open wide, Ban can only do so much. Primi does return that fire now into the 2 versus 2.
There are chances.
Yeah,
there really are definitely chances here, but they can't deny the plant. And there's 2 massive ultimates available for Vitality. Primi's got a couple of lives available to him, but massive advantage still in favor of Vitality here.
Talon are just so, I think, scared right now. The possibility that a player could have lurked behind them. You can tell, contacted most of the way into this fight. And Kix is going to be taking that contact with just the jiggle, the jump up as well. That's a punish. Primi, what a peek. Might be trying to make this one workable, playable. Smoke's dropped down from Jit Boys as well. Heads barely popped up and over safe. You have an ult to play with as well. The nade up and over 2. Satchel through. Paranoia. Blinded. Oh, not quite. Avoided. Jit Boys, though, sticking this one. What is the play right now? Fight to be won. Ult. Bounded. Up against the wall. But it's already stuck. Talon. They steal that one away. Can I even be happy with it still? I suppose so. Listen, every single round is going to count at this point.
And that was the round where they had the weak economy. So it is still possible for them to get that 8-4 half up. Safe was banking there on the fact that Jit Boys was just fake tapping on that first one, scared of the ultimate. Overthinking things maybe slightly. I mean, based on what we've seen so far today, it's not like it's perfect Valorant. It's not like your opponents are going to be thinking about every single piece that's available to them. But yeah, Jit Boys was super happy to just stay on that until the ult itself was popped. And we are straight back in here. Talon looking to crunch on Sand.
Be a corporate slave.
Here with the Paranoia squad. Not a connection on Descender. He's got to try and drop some of the players, but only himself. Return to Descender. Van up and over here. Rolling Thunder will be sending them sky high. Trying to follow up as well. TP from behind Jit Boys. Only the one to 2v3 damage done to Governor.
Don't be a slave.
Oh, Baba. Don't know the pothe chhatchis.
But a spot now where even with the player advantage, Talon can't cover the entire map. You can't really spread out one. You're just going to give Vitality too many opportunities.
Man, he has ripped Crew's head off.
And now
lock that down. These moments where they're just slowing it down into the mid round, contacting a lot, is throwing Talon for such a loop.
Yeah, I really love the attack macro. I think the whole of Vitality have got this drilled into them beautifully. Talon need one of these players left alive to come up
30
with
seconds
the play.
left.
It might just come down to these timings with 24 seconds left once more. Doubled up here. Primi, peak timing. Just misses it. Stray shots going wide here. Kicks, I'm not too sure. He is low. A single bullet to the chest will drop him. Kicks. Still going to be going for the plant. Satchel through and across, but the damage done there is Governor dropped into that 1v1. Aftershock pushes back Primi. Only for a moment here. Down to it. Which player will spot each other first? With the damage done to Kicks. Primi might just be favored. Repositions, rotating around. Smoke props up, just spotting each other. Bodies passing by, and Primi with the tap as well. But Kicks, the issue is not forced out of him. This guy is cold with it! Cold with it!
Really beautifully read there from Kicks. I don't think anybody is sticking that defuse. When both players see each other and you dip into a smoke, Kicks has got the perfect read on what's happening there. Not even worried. And that's a round where Talon would have been hoping that their new acquisition was able to skill things across the line. takedown runner, takedown kicks, and yet the rookies on Vitality prevail.
Wallah, your eyes cold. Best Estonian player in Champions.
That's true. Estonian Player of the Week, again, of course, for 92 weeks running.
Winning these awards, man. He's racking them up. It's unreal. But this is beyond dire at this point for Talon. Your best outcome is looking at 9-3, and even then you've got to do it with barely any ultimates, barely any weaponry.
And playing against one of the best pistol round teams we have at the tournament.
So it's even unlikely into the second half.
Talon trying to get proactive, clearing out B, looking for that info so that they can land in maybe an unexpected spot for the retake. If they break this trip, of course, though, eyes are going to be looking backwards. People like Runner, people like Trex.
There it is. Trip's going to be broken already. Side control. Giving up and over. Vitality. Under that one. Just needs to get this plant down and active. Just a slight tap as well, seeing if there's some of that utility.
You don't know how many are on the flank here.
You really don't. There's a TP as well for Rubble. That one. Talon looking to try and take this one purely from the flank and buying time and space. Cruz, Jit Boys, maybe to do some work and some damage, but Runner's going to be catching the contact here alongside the boom bot. The Horn is beautiful. Annihilation, though. That's going to be trading it. Bit of post-mortem, not to be saved on this outcome. Doors opened up. Sees as well. Giving this one up into that 4v4. Now another TP here, but Jit Boy sticking this all the way. Diffuse is sticking! Running through, shot into the face. A 10th round dropped in a lab of Vitality. And with how good they've been on these pistol rounds, Josh, man, as we've been saying, it just feels inevitable.
It certainly does. This is the Vitality that people were looking for, the #2 seed from EMEA. Looking almost unstoppable in their region since they swapped Safe over to Duelist. They went missing at the beginning of their group, but they're back with a vengeance. And Talon have got to pull out something unbelievable, something special to get back into this.
They really do, but for now as well, we'll send it down to the floor for a nice little interview at the halftime.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the halftime interviews. I'm joined by a very special NA Game Changers player star. Hello, 안녕하세요. 이제 오늘 이번 챔스의 탈론 경기마다 이렇게 매번 방문하고 계신다고 들었는데 이번 서울 챔피언스 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신지 먼저 묻도록 하겠습니다. Heard you're here every day for all talent matches. How are you enjoying Seoul Champions?
I love it. I love watching the matches. I like feeling the vibe of like the stadium. It's really fun.
현장에 와서 경기도 보고 이 현장 분위기에 심취하는 게 가장 재밌게 즐기고 계시다고 하네요. 그리고 이제 벤 선수를 응원하기 위해서 이렇게 매일 방문하면서 좀 응원도 많이 해주고 그리고 가장 중요한 건 오늘 경기 어땠는지 이야기를 좀 들었을 수 있을 것 같아요. 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're here every day for Ben, and I'm sure he really appreciates that. Can you tell me what was his mindset going in before today's match?
I think he was just really excited to play. I mean, making champs was definitely one of his goals for the year, and he definitely met that. And now I think he's just hungry to win. So.
이제 정말 이제 그냥 신났고 경기를 할 수 있음에 너무 즐거움을 느끼고 있고요. 그리고 챔스를 얼마나 간절히 원했는지 알기 때문에 이제는 챔스 진출했으니 승리만 가져가면 된다고 합니다. 그리고 이제 스타리 씨도 NA 게임 체인저스 선수시잖아요. 이제 탈론이 컴백을 하기 위해서 좀 어떤 변화를 주면 좋을지 물어보고 싶습니다. You're also a game changers player. What do you think Talon needs to do to make a comeback?
Honestly, I think they all just need to step it up. They look like they're sleeping on the stage a little bit. Like, this is not how they usually play. They're a lot better than this, so.
원래 하던 대로 지금 못 보여주고 있으니 좀 잠에서 좀 깨서 원래 탈론의 맛을 보여주면 된다고 하네요. 그럼 저희는 다시 로터스로 돌아가겠습니다. Back to Lotus.
Sleep at the stage, I think, as well, but maybe, there's a chance that they're getting a little bit too flustered as well, as we were talking about near the beginning. This pistol round, we always highlight the importance of them. This time, it's a necessary win for Talon, but they're up against Vitality. They have been clean with it.
And it looks like Vitality are setting up for a push out through Mound here, but it might also have a component that pushes B. And you've got Kix and Trex in that position, two players that have been firing. They decide not to go for the aggression, though. Purely setting up Sender and Safe, now anchoring the B site.
Mention these players, are they going to try and pivot this one? Okay, there's a Paranoia primed with the door open wide, but they don't spot any players.
Talon avoid giving away information, but then throw smokes out. So now Jitboys doesn't have any smokes for another 5 seconds. So they can't go for any kind of exec just now.
Yeah, it's not like they're running a Viper either.
Another situation where Vitality have got a lot of info and Talon haven't contested them for it or made them pay in any way.
And the setup is quite nice. It's a kill trip to play off out through A. Don't expect that one. Down close to the floor. Prowler will not be clearing it. Kicks with a jump spot as well. Not too sure if he got that information, but it seems likely, at least with the smoke now up in their face. Cruz, a couple of knives away. Gives Safe that timing to prime that nade. Still Runner out through the back of the site and he's got to do quite a bit. He's lucky not to be dead. Governor just did not clear the corner properly, even though he's inside the camera. Already done aftershock, pushing him back and away. Prowler in the face. Kicks. He's already in there. Gets stuck straight into the 5 players, flooding all the way through. Vitality. Add another one to the tally. This pistol round win rate is going through the bloody roof. And the map is just being stolen away right now from Talon.
Talon have never had ownership of it. That would be a prerequisite for any kind of theft to have occurred. And it's the same 2 players, Trex and Kicks, doing such a great job. They were anchoring B when it looked like Talon were going to be heading there. And then as they make the pivot, using those Clove smokes to supplement the Omen smokes there on C, it's again Trex and Kicks anchoring, getting those kills, playing incredibly for the team. They've got 30 kills between them.
Uh-oh. Rubble fight here and the force up as well. Sender it's right into their faces. Damage done to him, but he's still alive here. With the paranoia flying forwards as well as team to play off all the little bits and pieces. Util down, drop in, and maybe feeding away. Primi has done so much into that spot. Runner, it's not the last one left. They weren't expecting that.
A slight overheat from Vitality there, and Primi's happy to collect. Runner's healthy, the others aren't.
And they're holding for this push as well. Runner maybe even expecting that they were already going to be up onto that site. With the slightest amount of discipline, and Talon are granted the tiniest of lifelines.
It would be a long, long road back. This is the side, though, again, where you get that big impact out of Primi. He likes using the aggression of other players to be able to trade off them. He is top of the scoreboard, but far away from being top when you consider the players on the other side.
Trex has just been a monster this entire map. He had very high peaks as well during EMEA playoffs.
He certainly did.
Showcasing very similar form, at least so far. For now, Vitality down to those weaker buys as well. I mean, Kicks has managed to get himself at least some sort of gun as well, just because the way that Vitality manage their economy off the back of pistol rounds, they usually keep one player just so they can buy rifles. But I doubt they'll be able to get too much damage done just with the Spectre in hands. A tap from Governor. He's very scared at a trap play potential because, listen, every round counts. You can't afford to let anyone slip.
It actually looks like a trap play on the other side of the map. You see the cam inside tree here. Potential for a long-range stun coming from Kicks. There is a chance that players inside tree could get caught. The Talon don't appear to be drifting in that direction.
Doesn't get broken for Vitality. All this util flying out towards B. To fake though, and now they're going straight back into A. Ban only the one before the trade comes through. Now Talon might just want to commit fully into this B side as well. But going walkabouts is the danger zone, especially when you're up against the eco, but still, Spectre in hand.
30 seconds left.
Movement ajar. They take it in another direction entirely. Pivot over towards C will be that free plant.
3v4 where 2 of the players actually have some weaponry to work with. Talon still have to be disciplined in this spot.
Plan for Mound, they're all going to be played back there. No one on site.
They've got a couple of weapons that are good for Mound. Obviously, Governor's isn't that great, but the rest should be able to play this Mound post plant nicely. Primi, however, though, with the Outlaw, I mean, his weapon's one of the best, and he's playing pretty deep in.
It's a strange angle.
He has to not get caught.
Up and over, but as soon as the cage has popped up as well, he realizes there's some danger there. Runner taps it, forcing out the spam. Now realizing nobody's quite on this one. Again, the gun should sail them through quite nicely. Through most of it. If the guns don't, the time pressure certainly will. And nice bit of precision at the end there on display by Primi.
Snappy shot. Yeah. One away from the ult as well. And now we get to see a rifle round to some degree. I mean, Talon are going to have all right weaponry heading into their bonus. The economy tends to be a bit better for the team that breaks the pistol. So they're going to be coming in with Outlaw, 2 Vandals. It's going to feel much more like a rifle round. Can Talon keep this momentum going at just a little longer?
PRX has got an Odin. Spam's going to be incoming here with a Rebel fight. Hearing most of this. PRX doesn't go for the spam though. Doors open wide as well. He's going to be under a lot of pressure.
What a flick.
Yeah, bullet tagged up. Governor just shrugs it off. Lands the bullet anyway. Beautiful first kill now for Talon, but it's all about how push past that point. Got the advantage. It's all about not dropping it.
Remember how many 5v3s they lost in that first half. 3 in a row. Vitality looking to try to equalize this by taking a risk. Safe and Kicks doubled up, pushing out through B. It's where the spike is, but I think they'll just miss the timing.
It's an awkward one. Runner jump spotting. Here's the horns. Sees the bullets. You don't want anything to do with that one, but you're going to be making a call for the team. Don't give up a rubble control this whole time. Still locking it down just in case they do want to drift back into that direction. Safe is also going on. Re-exploration, punished for it. Jip Boys drops him. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
That's an unusual one.
Strange angle to be fighting on.
Yeah.
Actually, from both of those players, Safe and Jip Boys.
Stop to 20 health though, and now doesn't feel like it's over towards A, but they should see this door rotating. Guns exchange once more. Time is running short here. There's no way Sender's going to be playing spoiler. Surely not. Haunts broken. TP up and over. Dodging most of the nade as well. He wants to make a go of this one. This is getting cheeky. But Governor's watchful eye is on all of it. It's ruling that sight with a nice iron fist. And so runners once more left to do quite a bit into this spot, but unplayable really at this point in a 1v4.
And Talon have done a great job here. They had that opportunity to bonus up. They decided to actually invest into Vandals. They got rid of the Guardian, got rid of the Spectre. They still had the economy flourishing. And they've knocked Vitality down. When Vitality won the pistol, that pretty much should have been game over. Straight through to Sunset, keep that momentum into your map pick, close things out easily. Textbook Valorant. But Talon are fighting. They're not just going quiet.
Yeah, pulling whatever hidden reserves are left, honestly. Not willing to give up because the whole year's building up to even just make this event. You do not want to be going out early as one of the weakest teams at the event. It's just not where their expectations are going to be leveled. Doesn't matter about anybody else's.
And Talon took a huge risk just signing Primi in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
They had a team that was making it to that playoffs level, and they chose to take a gamble to try to push them over the line. And it worked. I think prior to signing Primi, they did actually look a little weaker than Team Secret. Got Primi in. They just needed that one win against their rivals, and they beat Team Secret, with Primi having really huge impact in that game. They get to champs. I mean, they double their take. If you want to talk about what that actually does for you, just making it to champs too. Doubling their take from the champ skins.
Oh, yeah.
That's huge already for any organization.
Money
should already be considered a win, but they're competitors. They're here to try to win some of these games too.
Exactly. The money is just almost like, I mean, it's a secondary objective. You're not even worried about it. As a pro player, your hopes and dreams rest on lifting a trophy, and there's no trophy bigger than the one that's at the end of this event.
Vitality are going to have to take an eco round, and they're also taking their first tactical timeout of the match. They were running away with the game. It was very comfortable, so this is the first time that they've really had to adjust anything. I think one of the things that's going wrong for them a little bit is that they're not catching Talon with their utility when they peak. A lot of the peaks are actually ended up being kind of dry. Now, I'm not a big fan of the way that Vitality play their defense on this map. I think their attack is immaculate. I think they're wonderful with that. Their defense, though, they don't lean into playing those big, heavy retakes, saving utility, bit of plant denial, get into good spots, flood retake. I don't really see that from Vitality in the same way that you do from the Americas teams when they're playing the Breach Fade comp on this map. I think it's an area they could improve on. But Runner, with the only hero rifle, takes down Ban early.
I mean, he's the one who takes point there, hoping that players will just walk into him, and he was blessed with it.
But Talon, patient. Jip Boys needs to not overheat in this spot. He can't afford to die.
Okay, that's a lovely adjustment. Just snaps to the head of Runner. removes him from the fight, but the rifle will be reclaimed into the hands of Safe now. Orbs farmed up. I'm trying to play towards some of these key pieces of util ultimates.
And with the door open, they could be going in either direction. Nice jump spotting from Trex.
Yeah.
He's pretty confident now that this is going to be a C hit.
Smoke fades though, he's going to have to back off here. Still, they hear this one. Do they have any sort of protocols? Yes, they do. Satchel away. Trex, he's spamming, praying that he survives here, but a C's off into the back as well. Safe over the shoulder, but he has been cleaned up. Damage definitely done with that ghost in hand. Still, it's Talon who've barreled their way over most of this one here. Now, Cruiser the Plant will not be stuck. Primi defends though. He's pretty certain he knows what that last player is. Jip Boys, make sure that the death isn't in vain.
What an important round for Jip Boys to be coming online. If he takes that fight towards B and he loses it, that's probably the round. Massively important that he won that fight. I'm not sure he should have been taking it in the first place, to be honest, but they really wanted to apply that B pressure. They did. He brought things back into a 4v4. But let's see what that Vitality tag timeout was looking to accomplish. They're one away from Showstopper, from Rolling Thunder.
It's another
massive
fight as well. Yeah, massive ultimates. Barely there, and kills will do it. Grant it, earn it. Governor's up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal onto Safe. They still want to take this fight straight up into their face. TP's around center. He's cutting up ankles and potentially cutting up players too. Rolling Thunder to set this play up. Governor had nowhere to run. Just hopping up and down into the same spot here. That's barely 20 seconds into the round. A pivot has to be played now by Talon. But we can see this trip into his face. Kicks is also holding it. Broken. He's missed the timing though. Primi's passed it and he's squaring up for the fight, but not going to be given it. Slow and steady by Vitality. Realizing that they're a player up. They've got them relatively surrounded. There is that weak point up towards Heaven. Barrier mesh up.
Trex deciding not to break it, waiting for reinforcements first.
Fight out through here. He's trying to take point and contact. Still kicks! You cannot be dominating this! My God! A 6-piece available, and here and now! Goodness me!
What an unbelievable play! Not just the ace, the 6-piece on top. This rookie player has never aced in VCT before, and he's just brought that out at Champions.
That's a hell of a way to do it. Yeah. My goodness, man.
What a beautiful setup with the Rolling Thunder as well, re-clearing through that position after Safe got caught in the grav net. These peaks are abominable from Talon, let's just put it as it should be. Not playing around Primi's ultimate, not swinging together. They fed into kicks, but he was there and he delivered for all 6. He's got 20 kills.
Yeah. That is composure in the moment as well. You're being swarmed by bodies, and yeah, as you mentioned, listen, the peak wasn't great from Talon. It was very individualistic. It was all over the place.
They had so many things they could have synced up there. I mean, Primi is ulting. They can try to double swing the other 2 players. They can try to wait until Primi comes out of ult and swing with that.
Yeah.
They can have Primi swing first as well, so that he actually tries to get some value from the ult itself. Just things going very lost in that moment, but playing perfectly into Vitality's hands.
Yeah,
with kicks getting 6.
I mean, capitalizes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Talon's timeout is the last one that they've got as well. They were saving it for a rainy day, which happens to be now. It probably was a while ago as well, if we're being fair, but it's a 6 rounds difference, and it would have to be perfect from here on out from Talon.
Right there.
Fully grouped up again with 5 of them. Set the sights over towards C Mound as just the one objective they want to fight over. Means they're going to be lacking a lot of this map control as well off the rip here, Vitality. Runner has got his full setup over towards this C side. TP into spawn. Jip Boys inside the one-way. It's pinged out of Paranoid. Did not connect. Jip Boy still collects that kill. Runner, with him dropped, the setup is down, and his team have easy access. Satchel through alongside the flash as well. And Util flying forwards. Jip Boy cannot hold his own. Needs that backup. It needs it now. Ultra popped off, flying forwards, backwards. This way, that one, Showstopper. It's all an abundance of Util. And enough to save the day here for Vitality. A clean sweep unless Ban has something to say about it. Broken, but they know where Ban is.
I always play heist.
Prowler towards his back, running him down. racing him
হ্যাঁ
down.
ঠিক আছে 1v1 ফাইটটা দে তাহলেই তো ভালো
And utilized, but Vitality in
চলো
the end with that
আমার তাহলে
discipline.
এসে গেল
Doubling up
ঠিক আছে না ম্যাপ
to
অন
seal up the map.
ম্যাপ অনই তো লাগিয়েছিলাম
A huge
হ্যাঁ
one
এবার
for
ম্যাপ তো
Vitality
তো
to take.
আমি জিতবো
In control the entire time. We got highlight moments, beautiful macro calling, and Safe finishes things off with the defuse. One of the biggest things that Safe said he learned this year was that it overwhelmed him when to know that his teammates had his back, that he didn't need to carry every game. You've just seen it again.
Yeah, evidence there. It's made manifest with that opening map, and it only gets better for Vitality. We're going into Sunset. Their map pick coming up next.
ओके हाँ तो वो निक का नाम ये है Are you not deploying through this one? No. Terraform. वो उसका सीन खत्म हो गया ना ओ अच्छा सेट फाइल में आप ये अपडेट करते हो फिर
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6 only on Verizon.
করে 4K
কি খবর?
শোভা হয়ে বাড়া ব্যাকস্ট্যাপ গেছে ইকন না আরেকটা
বাস
আমি হলে এই শটটা মেরে মরে যেতাম আমি
ভেরি ইনফ্যাক্টফুল শোভা।
বাবা আউটে শুরুতে মিডে রিভিল দিয়েছে, এটা কোনো দরকার নেই, সাইডে আমরা গাঁড় মারাচ্ছি।
আরে মিডে রিভিলটা দিয়েছে কারণ মিডে ব্যাকস্ট্যাপ যাবো বলে। আমার উইদাউট
শোভাটা নিয়েছিস কেন যদি নিজের জন্য খেলিস?
আমার কথাটা শোন, আমার আজ অবধি কোনো এবিলিটি উইদাউট এনি রিজন ইউজ হয় না।
তাহলে এই রিজনটা কি ছিল? তুই আমাদের সাইটের রিকনটা না দিয়ে তুই ব্যাকস্ট্যাপের রিকন কেন দিয়েছিস? মারা
আমার কথা হচ্ছে যে এই সাইডটা এমন একটা সাইড না, যদি ওয়াক ইন করে ঠিক আছে, তুই দেখতে পাচ্ছিস লোকজন আসছে, আমি
কেউ দেখতে পাচ্ছে না
ভাই। তুই প্রথমে ওয়ালআপের কলটা দিলি কেন বলতো?
ওয়ালআপের কলটা দিলাম কারণ আওয়াজ পেয়েছি বলে, ওয়াক ইন করলে কি করে দেখবো?
কথাটা হচ্ছে আওয়াজটা পেয়েছিস কি করে? ওয়াক ইন করলে আওয়াজ পাওয়া যায়?
ওয়াক ইনটা করেনি বলেই তো আওয়াজটা পেয়েছি।
তো তাহলে সেটা যদি আমরা রিভিলটা দেবো কেন? তুই তো জানিস এতে আসছে। আশ্চর্য তো
ভাই, এতে অনেক লাস্টে এসছে, তুই দেখ।
আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে অনেক লাস্টে আসছে, তুই আসছে কি আসছে না সেটা জানিস কি জানিস না? আমি সেটা বল।
না ভাই, তোকে কজন আছে সেটা জানতে হবে।
একটা কোশ্চেনের
সেটা জেনে কি লাভ মানে?
কাউন্টার কোশ্চেন পাওয়ারই।
এই দেখ
ওটার কাউন্টার কোশ্চেন
ঠিক আছে দেখ।
আরে আমরা খেলাটা মিস করে যাচ্ছি ভাই।
না খেলাটা শুরু হয়নি এখন। ঠিক আছে এই দেখ, এই সবাই এখানে বসে আছে, ওর নাকি রিভিল লাগবে। কি হবে এখানে রিভিল? ধর এখানে রিভিল হলো, কি করবি তুই তখন?
পেছনে চলে যাবো।
হ্যাঁ পেছনে চলে যা, পেছনে এমনি চলে যা।
ওই দেখ কতজন মিলে আমার পিক দিয়েছে, দেখ তুই দেখ আবার পেছনে যা, একবার তুই হালকা পেছনে যা, 3 জন মিলে আমাকে পিক দিয়েছে, 3 জন মিলে যা। ওই দেখ
আমার কথাটা হচ্ছে 3 জনই দিক, 14 জনই দিক। টিপি এখানে রাখা আছে, তুই এখানে টিপি।
আর আমাদের এই বোকাচোদা জেটটা আমার পেছনে গার্ড দেখছে, আমরা বসে বসে।
যেটা কে
হেল শট।
এই দেখ গডসন কিন্তু একটাকে নিয়ে নিয়েছে।
গডসন আমাদের এ ছিল,
আমি কখন নিলাম?
আরে হেস তো আমারটা নিয়েছে।
এটা একটা ব্যাকস্ট্যাপ আর একটা তারপর রাউন্ডে একটা ব্যাকস্ট্যাপ এসে
রাউন্ড জিতে এই গেমটা জিতেছি না হেরে গেছি?
হ্যাঁ এইটা আমি একা
জিতে গেছিস ভাই।
একা ক্যারি
তুই কি দেখাতো?
না ভাই, আমি এমনি যেগুলো খারাপ খেলি সেটাও দেখাই, যে একটা এই দেখ এটা তারপর রাউন্ডে
ব্যাকস্ট্যাপ গুলো দেখাস না তুই মাটা। আমরা রাউন্ড হেরে যাচ্ছি সেটা দেখাবে না।
ঠিক আছে এখানে
হেডফোন কিছু বলে না, এটা কনফার্ম
না ভাই। আমি ওরম ভাবেই আসি সুরুপ করে। আর তুই বলছিস দেখ, তুই বললি কি ফ্রন্ট স্ট্যাপে কি দেখিস না, কি বললি একটা ডুম?
আমি যদি সেজকে মারতে যাই তখন
তুই দেখবে
সেজ ঘুরে তোকে মেরে দেবে।
এটা দেখ, এটা
আপনারা দেখতে পাইছো।
এটা দেখ
এটার নাইফটা বাজে গিয়েছে।
আই অ্যাম দি হুন্টার।
দেখ এখানে দুবার রিভিল হলো কিন্তু, ঠিক আছে এখানে কিন্তু কেউ নেই। এবার দেখ ওই দেখ, ঠিক আছে ফাকিং আছে।
ওটা কোথায় ছিল বলো তো? ওটা তুমি বলতে পারলে না।
তুই ওই রিভিলটা দেখা যেটা সামনে বাউন্স করে আবার পিছনে আসলো।
বাবা
ও ভাই এটা রিভিল যা মেরেছে না, ওই সাইটে রিভিল এসে, মানে তুই না রিভিলটাই ওর সাইটে এসে এনিমি সেইটাকেও ভেঙে দিয়েছে।
এই রাউন্ডই আছে। হ্যাঁ এইটাতেই আছে।
ও ভাই
না এটাতে না, এটা ঠিক যাবে, এটা ঠিক যাবে। এটাতে রিভিলই কোথায় করবো না, তো বলবে বিতে আসছে। এটা বিতে আসছে বললাম না, এটা রিভিলই করবো। বললো না কোনো এবিলিটি আমি এমনি ইউজ করি না, যদি না কারণ থাকে এবিলিটি ইউজ।
আরে এবিলিটি পাই তখন ইউজ করব।
এইখানে কলটা শুনবি, ঠিক আছে?
দুজন নাইস।
এখানে একজন স্ক্যানিং अहेड।
এখানে ওমেনটা কি করে নাইস খেলে গেছে।
এই দেখ ওমেনটা এখানে বসে দিল।
বললাম না ওমেনটা তখন থেকে বললাম না একটু করে রেকর্ড হয়ে গেছে, ঠিক আছে? আমি বুঝছি না উপরে গেছে নিচে গেছে বাড়াটা।
তারপর রিভিল ওই রিভিলটা দেখতে চাই।
রিভিলটাই তো আমি দেখাতে চাইছি। না বলছি
এই সাইডে ছিল।
হ্যাঁ এই সাইডে ছিল।
কত রাউন্ড মনে আছে?
না ওটা
এই তো প্রত্যেক রাউন্ডে গাঁড় দিয়ে আসছিল।
কে
এই এটা ডুমটা।
জুম কিসে খেলছে? মানে কি
চেম্বার
ট্যাপটা টেপ
সামনে।
তুই এখানে ট্যাপটা
ও বাবা ফলব্যাক করছে, আমি মারালাম।
Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
মারালাম। ঠিক আছে এই জায়গাটা ওয়াল করবে, দেখ যখন চেষ্টা ওয়াল করবে
এরপরই দেখবি, এরপরই আছে।
হ্যাঁ
এই দেখ তুই বলছিস না সামনে থেকে ফাইট নিচ্ছি না, এই দেখ ঠিক আছে এবার
হ্যাঁ কোথায়
এখানে তো ভালো খেলাচ্ছিস ভাই, তুই আবার কি করবো?
হ্যাঁ
তুই কি দেখলি ফ্যান্টমটা কি তুই দেখলি?
ওই জায়গাটা যদি আমি খেলতাম
হুম
ঠিক আছে তাহলে
এটাতে রিভিলটা আছে, এটাতে তো রিভিলটা আছে।
ম্যাচের শেষে
ওফ
কি হলো?
এই দেখ
অস্থির রিভিল দিয়েছে একটা। দুটো সবারই রিভিল সেম সাইডে পড়ছে।
তাও নিয়ে ফাটিয়ে দিচ্ছে ভাই, তুই কি বল?
ও ভাই
এরই বলছে ওয়াও
আরে এনিমি আর কি বল, যখন উঠছে না দেখছি দুটো রিভিল একসাথে যাচ্ছে একই দিন। হোয়াট দ্য ফাক?
আরে নতুন কোন স্ট্র্যাটেজি হবে তাড়াতাড়ি ভেঙে দে।
দুটো সোভা ওদের টিমের হয়ে খেলছে।
না না প্রেডিক্ট করতে হবে, না সরি। কি ম্যাপ এটা? বাইন্ডে বাবা দুজনের ম্যাপ উইন পার্সেন্ট 0 কেন ভাই?
Absolutely. Everyone's playing this comp for a reason. It is good.
আরে ওটা এবারে স্টার্ট।
Have to lock in for their
এটা
execution.
পেপারে
They both have aspirations of making it deep in playoffs. They've done it
ফুটো তো
before.
ফুটো যদি এখন কোথা থেকে ফুটো বের করে না তাহলে কে
And
জানে।
PRX put an end to that. If they can do it again here on Bind, they get to stay alive, have a chance to escape groups.
You can see the pressure. You can see the moment is settling there for Mind Freak, and as all the players start to get ready, this is it. Can PRX close it out, or will we go to a map 3? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Steel.
লাগিয়ে দিয়েছি 2000 গাইস।
That is the big question, isn't it? Are we going the distance, or does PRX with this slightly adjusted?
এবার আস্তে করে চালিয়ে চলে যাবে।
Where does your mind go when you see these adjustments to the more traditional, I guess, 2024 comp coming out here for someone like PRX?
ভাই এই সব জিনিসগুলো বানায় এরা ভাবে ক্যামেরাগুলোকে নিয়ে যাবে বলে, বুঝলেন? মডেলগুলো
space taken with the fade, with
cinematic view পুরো
getting
cinematic
initiators involved.
Time ago,
staple on this map,
there was
and
a
then the double
city
controller
named
helps
Bind,
both
and
sides
there were
with the
fighting
dynamic
there.
of the map,
Korsan,
with the
hey,
refixing. Bind essentially comes down to that. It's basically find out where the weaker side is, hit it.
কি হলো ভাই?
and then it's the
PRX এর কি
retake
হলো?
for the
এরকম
other
করছে
team.
কেন সবাই
Right
একসাথে?
now though, PRX, 4 people short A.
তিনজনে মিলে ব্লাইন্ড।
Not confirmed info from FUT, just knowing that there's someone there, but how many working up towards that hookah area. That B site is exposed right now. The timing is everything. They caught out that Brim smoke. Hacker side Brim smoke. Just
হ্যাঁ ভাই কি সব করছে?
Divide. The one who's got the sheriff no armor, everyone else has the.
আমি যদি আমার টিমে খেললাম অফিসে, আমি জীবনে কিন্তু একসাথে খেলতে বারণ করি।
Big 4-man TP.
আমাকে এত লোকে চ্যালেঞ্জ করে বলে যে কেন একসাথে খেলো না? ইকোরন্ডে তো একসাথেই খেলার কথা না, ইকোরন্ডই আলাদা খেলবো আমরা।
So long, right? Like surely. No, they're not going for the
যাক অ্যাঙ্গেলগুলোকে ছেড়ে দিলে কি
খেলে?
It's too hard to get
না,
through that.
মফিদা খেলেই না
It might be a 5 versus 5
মফিদা তো আমাকে আনফ্রেন্ডও করে দিয়েছে।
মফিদা না সাবস্ক্রিপশন নিচ্ছে না খেলছে।
তোর কি ফ্রেন্ডে আছে সেটা বল।
হ্যাঁ আমার ফ্রেন্ড আছে। আমি তোর মতো টক্সিক নই, আমার ফ্রেন্ড আছে।
না ব্যাপার আছে, ব্যাপার আছে।
তুই না আমাকে আনফ্রেন্ড করিস।
ওটা আমি করেছি, ওটা আমি করেছি।
প্লেয়ারকে পছন্দ হয় না আমার।
And the hit squad makes it to the
টিমটা
site.
বন্ধ করে দিয়েছে তাহলে।
তোকে তো বলেছি আমি যে তোকে পছন্দ।
Pistol round for PRX, that defensive smoke coming out into the front of the site as well. The time
শোন, স্ট্রিম বন্ধ করলে হবে না স্লেয়ার। তোকে কি করতে হবে আমি বলছি, স্ট্রিম বন্ধ করতে হবে, আনসাবস্ক্রাইব করতে হবে, রিপোর্ট করতে হবে। ওটা না করলেও হবে, একটা রিপোর্ট করে দিবি যে সেক্সুয়াল কন্টাক্ট।
হ্যাঁ ওটাই
হ্যাঁ
রিভিউ চেক করে তো নাকি? রিভিউ চেক করে না?
আমরা সবাই মিলে করলে রিভিউ চেক করতে হবে না।
কন্টাক্ট থাকলে একটু ওরা বেশি দেখে ওটাকে।
তাহলে অ্যাবিউসিভ ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ করে দে।
অ্যাবিউজ হ্যাঁ।
আরে
আমি আজকে থেকে আমি গালাগালি দেওয়া স্টার্ট করব।
দিচ্ছে তো দেখা যাচ্ছে না।
ও দেয়, ও দেয়।
কার মতো গালাগালি করবি? এমএন মতো এনিমে বানতায়। কোথায় কোথায় গালাগালি? ওর তাহলে একটা র‍্যাপেও করে দিন, নরমাল ভাষা শুনি না।
আমার ওয়ার্ডে ওয়ার্ডে গালাগালি আছে।
চলো টাটা।
If they swing this, yeah, they are so weak. And yeah, comfortable in the end. Get the round done. For staying alive, no loss of weaponry.
You know what's interesting though?
13-0
is a huge not Spectre, sorry. Sheriff and Navy Stinger team.
আরে তুই জিজ্ঞেস করছিস কেন? তুই স্টেটমেন্ট দে।
They're playing all in
ওই ভগবানের ছেলে।
আমি
বলে ভগবানকে বলবে একে বোকাচোদা বানিয়ে দাও। বোকাকে চুদে চুদে বেড়াচ্ছি আমি।
PRX, 2 Vandals only. 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre here, so this is going to be
ভগবানের ছেলের সাথে একটুখানি
again, like they did on this last map, set the tone,
ভুলে গেছিল, তুই মনে করালি বলে মনে হলো।
কে ভুলে গেছিল?
তুই।
Potentially an aggressive start here. I say potentially.
কে ভুলেটা কে গেছিল?
Flying down the map, but it's Mind Freak to be rewarded first, and the follow-up found for him too. They are asserting dominance.
defending.
This is just chaos personified, but in the most perfectly executed way.
Defending
They have
attacking.
Yeah, they have everything they need here. And the captain.
attacking defending.
PRX. They look so good at this. The aggression.
Defending এ attack করে, attacking এ বসে থাকে।
You were monstrous on map 1, but now you're surrounded on basically all fronts. The spike couldn't.
তুহিন যখন attacking করে তখন enemy first blood 10-12টা হয়ে যায়।
And I'm worried about FUT mental here. I'm worried they're
ভাই
getting
তো
boomed.
তো আমি গিয়ে মরে আসি, তোর মত পেছনে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকি।
Stop the aggression. How PRX play, you will be just blown asunder.
If they can't get even 3 kills on this round, yes, they've got sheriffs, yes, they got a stinger. If they can't get just a few kills, I think round 5 timeout. Talk about what's going on, because right now PRX, they started out 4 players on A on pistol, and here they did a 4-man B play where they're leaving Viper on an island on their lonesome. One time at B, one time on A. PRX really active. FUT need to identify that as soon as possible if they want to have a chance.
Oh my!
Oh man, 3!
Why don't they get you?
An absolute masterclass. Finding a wound and then pressing down on it. Just hemorrhaging in these rounds. Take any steps forward. Pressured down long, pressured through shower. The map's not theirs. Yellow and Ada Captain. Hunted down, being herded down. Is building and building. This could be the 4th round. It looks extremely likely.
Something
as well. LJ has barely left spawn.
Something na mind trick.
PRX that gives people nightmares. Nice try. It ain't good enough. A flawless round here, Josh. That timeout has to hit quick here. They are getting absolutely pushed around this server.
Timeout needs to come in. FUT need to pick up 1 round in the next. They need to pick up basically 2 out of the next 4 right now. Otherwise, I think PRX is probably going to run with this. They stole map 1 right under FUT's nose. Coming back from that, you know, it was a close game the whole way through. But right here, PRX could steal this 10-2, 11-1 even. It's easy. And defense side, this isn't the easy side.
Has to be something, and FUT are walking on just thin ice. Now they've traded effectively this time. They've won an extremity. That's something.
Oh yes, G.
Very fun.
G's সাথে পিকপাটে এখনো অবধি
must need it for FUT.
Mind Freak, that's huge. Actually getting noted is big. They can try. You may see where it is, but it may not seem to matter. Isolating fight after fight, and they're falling like flies.
ঠিক আছে ভাই ঠিক আছে
Fumble here, and how is it just on Mr. Fallen? He's read it right, but the timing's wrong.
ঠিক আছে এটা থ্রো করে দিলে, এবার তো টাইম আউট আসছে, পুরো একটু লাইক করে দিন যারা যারা লাইক করেছেন।
আমি লাইকটা তুলে নিই,
এবার লাইক করলে কিন্তু দিও।
আমি লাইকটা তুলে নিই।
লাইক দেখ টাইম আউট যদি না আসে তাহলে আমি খেলাটাই কিছু শিখি।
They're trying to chase down the kills, but they're not doing it together. We talked about how they played those
খেলা শিখে
and how they moved here together in tandem. Shifted over there together. But here, what is this? One goes left.
আমাকে শেখানো অত বড় হয়েছে।
ভাই ইকোনমিটা তো তোকে শেখাতেই পারি।
বলের উপরে পুশ করছে।
না লাইক করে ও ভেবেছে মরবে না।
This is
ইকোনমিটা তো তোকে আমি শেখাতেই পারি তুই।
It's online. It's this is just the toughest snowball.
এটা ওদের বেস্ট টাইম আউট নেওয়ার জায়গা ছিল।
যা
এখন যদি
বল কে আ
Got to see more. A set piece.
যা সোল জাগে বল কে
এখন যদি সাডেনলি কেউ খেলা দেখা শুরু করে
আটা
ক্যাপ্টেন Mind Freak finding cracks.
ওটা আটা ক্যাপ্টেন ওটা আটা খেলা।
There's only so many ways to say this.
ভাই খেলা শেষ হয়ে যাচ্ছে এদের।
আরে এখন মানে কেউ যদি মাঝখান থেকে খেলা দেখা শুরু করে না বুঝতে পারে না কি অ্যাকচুয়ালি অ্যাটাকিং এ আছে কি ডিফেন্ডিং এ আছে।
Map 2 is such a stark contrast. Josh, where's the timeout? They need a lifeline.
অ্যালেক্স মানে বলে দিয়েছে তাড়াতাড়ি গেম শেষ কর, হোটেলে খাওয়া পাবো না।
Get out the resuscitation
সামথিং আসছে দেখেছিস বলে আজকে তো সালা আমার দেশ থেকে মেয়ে আনবো
PRX has had a really good handle of the situation. Good aggression, good teamwork.
Full funding Alex
just mindless aggression. Moving together and FUT is making these individual mistakes. They're not catching their timing, starting with that pistol round, miss their timing to
এখন তো আবার সাতখানা মেয়ে আনতে হবে একটা অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট কোচও আছে
they got to PRX. They've got the momentum on their side.
এটাই আগের ম্যাচে নিতে বলছিলাম আর এই রাউন্ডে এই ওটা পেয়ার্স হতো না
তুই চুপচাপ থাক তুই খেলা শিখিস চুপ হয়ে গেছে
আমি ওদেরকে মেসেজটা করলাম তো
ঠিকঠাক ডিলেতে আছে না
তোর কি এ ল্যাটেন্সি বেশি ছিল নাকি
তোরা তো ডিলেতে আছে ওরা তো ডিলেতে আসছে
তুই বুঝতে পারছিস না মেসেজ
তোর কি পায়রাটা স্লো
আরে না নরমালি মেসেজ করেছি ওদের এই প্লেয়ার গুলো বলেছে এখন নেবে না কথা বলেছে আমি আমার কথা হয়ে গেছে ওনাদের সাথে আমার কথা হয়ে গেছে এই লাইন আপটা ডিসব্যান্ড করে
the game on Sunset until now something happened and internally we talk about on EMEA the vibe
ও বলছে হেরে গেলে চারটে আছে না আমার একটা আছে তোমার
unironically they are
মারতে দেখলে চারটে একটা
আবার একটা right now they are
একটা পুরো টিমে চারটে
it's
আমার
going to be an internal crumble so we have snowballs on two fronts PRX snowballing in a positive momentum and FUT just crumbling and spiraling
no it's clear as day
স্পনে জড়ো হয়ে গেছে ওটা এবার একটা
whatever's happened this time out guys better have had a good word because you don't want to go out with a whimper this is elimination this isn't just another game this isn't just another group stage PRX setting up the firing squad and this could be an execution waiting and it absolutely is body after body dropped and again a 2-man disadvantage to begin with something holding the line it's easy for him they look so in the zone so comfortable as said, I can't stress it enough. This is the PRX that is nightmare-inducing, confident, aggressive in all the right ways, and hard to get a beat on. And for FUT, it's a formality. This round, he wants it done. Get back into it, get that buy up, and get going, because this is a landslide. And PRX are at the top of the mountain right now.
I think maybe 2 or 3 rounds where they to close these rounds out. It's not even like it's a close game where it's like the wire, the clutch is the one-on-one situation. These are just so one-sided.
হ্যাঁ 15 মিনিট
না না 15 মিনিট ডিলে থাকে ঠিক আছে কিন্তু এত 15 মিনিটে খেলা শেষ হওয়ার মতন গেম না
ভাই 13-0 করলে আর কতক্ষণ 7 থেকে যেতে যেতে
আমি তোকে বলছি কত হলো 13-5
এটা কি অ্যালেক্স তোকে রিপ্লাই দিল
না না এটা ইয়ে
পাশে অ্যানালিস্ট
আরে না না অ্যানালিস্ট না এটা ইয়ে প্রোডিউসার
প্রোডিউসারে চলে
হ্যাঁ আরে ইয়ে আমি ইউটা বললো না কন্টাক্টে দিয়েছিল তো
into short the Saab going aggressive
ওকে ভাই হেরে গেছে সরি
It's audacious and it works.
ভাই কেন ভাই
They got forsaken. They still forcing it on the other side.
forsaken মধ্যে বড় আতা কালানে আতে মরলাম
But gets punished this time. Mr. Fallen finds his man. They still know that there's going to be a player over towards B long. That Viper's pit still in play.
Nightfall is well. I would not be surprised if FUT come back into this B, use that Nightfall, lock down that Viper.
Logic dictates they head towards A, and that's surely going to spur them on now. They continue forward. The one man in their way, danger through and through, personified at times is Jing, but he's noted and he's held back. Utility specifically to keep him contained. Device slow creep forward is already considered. Being on B long kind of Taylor makes his trajectory. Mr. Fallen reads it well, and now Jing in an uphill struggle. 1v4. Incredibly difficult, and it looks like FUT has
আর না বার করতে পারলে সুতা প্ল্যান
a high-low setup. It's secured. Carve out.
সুতা আমি কিন্তু ক্লাস করার আগেই বলে দিয়েছি ঠিক আছে
We heard that roar from behind us as well. So maybe not completely mentally out of the game. 4 ultimates online for FUT. Round by round, if they can get it, I mean, 4 rounds in a row is not unheard of. If they're able to do this, 7-5, we have a game in our hands. PRX is in such a comfortable position still, though. They still have the money for the operator. They still have one of the ultimates, strike available, and they probably are still feeling confident enough to take these risks, to look for these duels. Maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities for FUT to be able to get back in with those kind of risks that PRX is taking before PRX needs to kind of readjust.
Again, these ultimates starting to get well-rounded from FUT. They have everything they want, but a double stack towards Showers has been given a lot of freedom here. PRX are going to be behind the wire, deep in enemy territory.
Don't sit in lamps. That orbital strike's online. You have to take some space. CNED at the front of it. Identifies this.
I think they've noted it. Nightfall this time. And the next ult from Mr. Fallen as well. Fishel comes in. The re-aggress through Showers. Jing gets caught. They've got to know there was another here. But Crack's going to be contained, and Mindfreak looking to punish. He doesn't get what he wants. There's a fight still in him. FUT not down yet, not out. Still trying to hold what they can here. Secure what remains in this half. There's something left to have to respect this. But he is being hunted. Yedajay wants that operator gone. Almost. He knows he's going to re-peek. It's something. Of course he is. They are hunting him down left, right, and center. They've got him. They've got their man. Finally, they strike back in full force.
A convincing round. Big execute, showstopper invested, and the foresight to understand what was going on. Good positioning from Cracks here to deal with this Showers play. A good fight, keeping it forwards. PRX, they take this timeout. They need to understand, hey, you know, this is a couple of rounds. It's like they got defibrillated and their heart got started again for the side of FUT. And now it's like, wait, okay, you know, now they're starting to shoot back. Now we need to make sure, okay, we have a good lead, 5-round lead. There's a few more rounds in this half. Let's make sure that we close it out really strong. We can still get a 10-2 here. So that's probably what they're talking about. Hey, let's make a couple of adjustments. We let slip a couple of rounds here. Yep. They have a real chance to come back in. Ultimates online. Let's not give it away. Up in the hands of CNED on attack. Loves going for shower picks as well. So
India থেকে তুহিন বলে একজন মেসেজ করেছিল অফিসের কাজ আছে তাড়াতাড়ি ম্যাচ শেষ
one of those players that such those high days, but it's not been his day here. Mr. Fallen, Yedajay close to
assistant coach to on the other side
of the Mind Freak, something they're all kind of hitting. I think every single player PRX is in form here. It's scary to face. There is no weak link.
It's hard to kind of look at the two teams here, where one team, we're talking about Yedajay, we're talking about CNED, we're highlighting these two players in specific. We're not even talking about the other 3 players on the team who are absolutely good and have good value as support characters. But on PRX, it's like, who do you even highlight at this point? It's everyone is just involved.
Yeah, they are the collective. They are the five. They stand together, literally. And the high-low setup again. It was rewarded last time. Doesn't get a reward here. Maybe expecting some aggression. Sitting in a very deep
off the back of the time. Sensible. Judge and Hookah.
Nasty.
But the double initiator with that raise is going to be able to sniff out a few of these situations.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. You hope that protocol list is there. There we go. Wingman's at least going to come in. That should either force him away or shows
the judge.
There we go. Now, does that shut down the attempt towards Hookah, or does it make them reassess how they want to approach this? FUT now giving a little bit more piece of the puzzle, right? They're starting to work out what's in front of them. About a minute left.
Oh, a Dizzy could just crush this right now, or a Haunt. This is risky for CNED right now. The fake Viper ulti up short A.
That judge sees is good.
They don't know that nobody's behind him. They're afraid to peek.
Soul posturing.
Playing with fire.
But I'm also noting Devi. Through from Showers. He might get the timing right. It's about him and CNED. When do they cross paths? If they do. And Jing just has to keep himself alive. Keep a bit of space on the site. The Prowler will reveal his position. The TP gets taken. Devi's crept closer. He's denied the rotation, and Jing's paint shell was on the money. Oh! The second glance, and it works. PRX playing patient, and it's paying dividends. Yedajay, left to his own devices, surrounded on all fronts with 5 seconds. The spike is not in hand, and he knows this one's Raps. Get out of there, get out of danger. PRX shifting gear. We credit them for their aggression, for their confidence, for their fast plays. But we've seen them just show real discipline, real patience in approach, sitting deep, working what they had. Great timing on that push up from Devi as well.
রাশিয়ান থেকে
Nope.
এরপর কি ভ্যালোরেন্টে ঢুকবি মানে হাত ব্যথাতে মানে হাতের কাজ শেষ
long B can't find an opening, gets tethered, haunted, everything funneled. I don't know what the
4 second my lab
FUT. It was too slow.
Be loud লেখা গডসন
Got caught.
যাই হোক
At the end. And then again,
বিটা বাদ দিয়ে দিয়েছি আমি
quite indicative that they found no resistance thus far, but there is a player keeping track of this. That is going to
অ্যাঙ্গেল ধরে বসে আছে একদম
waiting with the editor.
জিমনি লাইভ
Very good here.
পড়লো
That reveals one.
মরবে না
Let's see Ned still toying with it.
বসে তুই ওই কোণে বস আমি এই কোণে বসছি হ্যাঁ
It feels like in this match.
But here, it should be CNED moving up off that info, having his teammates defend him to destroy this Prowler.
Oh, what a shot! And what a dodge! CNED takes away Jing, and now the crunch through the TP. They get the man back on cracks. Follow
by one.
Just decimating free. Shattered in a second. And now the cross going to be watched and controlled by something. Yedajay left alone. Again alone here. So far away. And Divide, whoa! Maybe the end of him.
বলছে দৌড়ে দৌড়ে যা নাইফটা কর
He's going to give it a damn good go. Naif in a dream, but two players.
একবার নাইফ করেছিল ওরা এটা কোন ম্যাপে চলে
It would have to be nothing short of a miracle. And it almost was. PRX, they live and die by the sword. And they get the Josh, this is looking like it's wraps.
It's so weird seeing this shift. It's like a second personality. You see CNED kind of moving up with this off. Where's that support? Where's the people to break the Prowlers? And then here it's just one by one they swing. It's so weird. You'd think like they would move up in different positions together, but PRX again just moving so well together, having the firing squads kind of cutting the map down, moving together. The kill distribution is just on point for them too.
And it looks pacier this time, though. It looks quicker.
Showers crunch is what they wanted to go for.
But looking at the positioning coming out from something. Do they check on this? The Dizzy going to reveal it. He has to take the TP as a quick way out, and the site looks vulnerable. Nice. FUT going through that list well here. But hesitation might cost them that advantage they once had. Now you can see Lolly coming in. Now you're going to see all the counter util, and you're right, that is in play, and it is going to be used. Could get caught in this one. Jing still going to be doing the damage. Takes away CNED, gets a little closer, goes down. Mind Freak is weak, 10 HP, can't do the damage. And now numbers favourable towards FUT. Should have the time on their side. This should be the gate shut on this round and this half at a 9-3.
Rash out. So hard, 2 versus 4 to come back into this. PRX hears this as well. One hookah, one long, crossfire.
They should have everything they need here. Should be a slam dunk. Seal it. PRX. Okay. Divide. He did well before, but this is very hard. They are isolated, but they swing together. Make sure it counts. 3 rounds, Josh. I don't know if it's enough. I want you to break down what it's going to be enough to tip the scales. But PRX came out looking lethal. This has been a half to remember for them, and it might be the one to secure their safety here in Champs.
আজকে ইয়ে খাচ্ছিস না পেপসি খাচ্ছিস না কালকে দেখি তুইন ওয়াচ পার্টি ইয়ে দিচ্ছে পিছনে রেড বুলের অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট দিচ্ছে তুইন এদিকে পেপসি খাচ্ছে
It's not the feat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Cristiano Pepsi na kake. Okay, I guess. আর এখানে প্রমোশন করছে ব্যাপারই আলাদা
Play back.
শেষ কাল মতে যাবো রাতে ঘুমিয়েছি ছুটির দিনে কি করবো আর আমি ঘুমো সেটা বসে বসে দেখি ইচ্ছে করছে
9-3, a pretty condemning scoreline, I think, by most of our accounts. PRX coming out swinging, looking so deadly. Josh, I mean, they set the tone within the first couple of rounds. Aggression after aggression, pushing, controlling, and FUT couldn't fight back.
You're absolutely right. PRX is looking so strong, but not only strong in their individual mechanics, they're so well-rounded. We saw the patience, the passive rounds. Correct. We saw the firing squads. We saw them aggression down long B. We saw them pressure one side, pivot to another. We saw it all. We saw them doing retakes. But what we saw on that one on Sunset was they had us in the first half as well, right?
It's true.
Anything can happen. It's all down to this pistol round. If FUT's able to convert this, maybe we have a game going on our hands. I mean, PRX had a 7-0 start. FUT with a pistol round could definitely close the gap. This is so important right here because otherwise PRX is just flying their way into that next round.
Nice little setup here, but the timing might be off.
Blind, sticky.
It's gonna walk straight through shower.
Blind, what is blind?
The Dizzy gonna confirm it, and the pace is just unbelievable. What is spiking? Look at this!
Who's there?
They are just running them down. The only one that fight back was out of Captain, but the sight is theirs. Spike's already down. And you're looking at Yedajay and CNED, the big man himself with the sheriff, but he's only got 4 kills.
blind vision team aage duke gaye.
Forsaken, yes, barely breathing, but still alive with a gun in hand. Something.
Well,
the pain shot's good enough for something, but do they clear Forsaken diligently? CNED trying to take those steps, trying to get closer towards lamps. Spots out Mindfreak, but time is becoming an issue. They've got to get moving. Yedajay noted, and now they go, but look at the reposition from Forsaken. That's lovely, but it gets cleared. Another 1v1, but time, Josh, is ticking. Divide tries to play the game, and he does so well. Heartbreak from the
outset. Spike-টাও যখন ফাটছে তার সাথে আমার গামার ইয়েটা নেটটাও নিয়ে
digits off the rip.
CNET needs to go huge with this sheriff right now. Otherwise, PRX, man.
No,
I don't know if there's much else to say about this right now. We heard it from the coach.
The blind
in the interview. It's like, even if you guys lose 13-0, hold W, keep holding W. And that's basically what they did. As soon as they get into that Viper Orb, they one motion through showers, take down Mr. Fallen, continue, not even stopping to set up the wingman for that plant. Just hold W.
It is a treat to watch them, you got to admit. The FUT on the receiving end.
Bhai, ছেড়ে দে ভাই।
Already being pushed away from B-Long. PRX.
ভুল হয়ে গেছে ভাই। আমরা আসবো না ভাই B-Long কন্ট্রোল নিতে ভুল হয়ে গেছে ভাই। মাফ করে দে ভাই আমাদেরকে।
Down a little low, you're looking at CNED, you're looking at a Captain with those shots. Yedajay to strike. But still cleared up so quickly. A comfortable plant.
গুলি চালানোর আগে
bulldozing their way through plants there. Mr. Fallen and Cracks.
ফুটো হয়ে গেছে
5 up long B, got that brimstone, triple smokes, 1 down at spawn, elbow, hookah. CNET jumping through it too. I mean, his demise right now, PRX is just...
আরে এ তো ভাই স্পাইকে মারার ধান্দা করছে ওদের কালটা এই আর এর থেকে বেশি কি আর স্পাইকে মারবো ভাই আসলে মারবো নালে মরে যাবো নেভার মাইন্ড ভাই মরে গেছে ভাই ঠিক আছে নেভার মাইন্ড
এবার হুকাওয়ালার পালা
and we've had as said a champions winner in the form of CNET on one side a finalist in the
হান্ট করছে তো ভাই
falling short to EG in the end but still what a series that was
না
it won't make much difference now mate knife
না আর কি করে নাইফ
করবে go for the spike in the end
from the way
মারলো না কেন ভাই
মারলো না কেন আমি বুঝলাম না যাই হোক
ওই এতে বললো ওর কাছে
বাইকে মরলো
আরে ও তো রাইট ক্লিক করলো তো মারতে পারছে তারপর তো বাইকে মরলো
আরে এটা না তাহলে ওর অর্বটা কমপ্লিট হয়ে যেত
don't mind that you're trying to play to the margins but Josh the problem is the overall
something এর একটা আর বাকি ছিল দেখ
scoreline is
হ্যাঁ something এর একটা আর বাকি ছিল ঘুরে মেরে দিত ওটা
No. Okay.
এটা হচ্ছে কি বল গিভ সেন্স somehow
এই দেখ something এর কটা কে বল
something এর একটা
this could be the swan
ও আচ্ছা মারলি
Daddy দেখলি তোর গেম
fast lamps control into his own inchels right here.
Gotta say Jing a master of this
তো তোমারও নেই নে ভাই তুই always work ভাই boom bot
always work
as said this could be the last real effort from FUT. You're facing 12, it might be too steep of a climb, but for now the plant is in. And the timer now set.
YouTube player এর ঢুবে কোথা থেকে
প্লান্ট হয়ে গেছে
বলছে ইয়ে গোস
Insulting
My
agree with the
homie.
thrash. How many does it get? One.
ধরেছে একটা
ভাই ও Razer কেকোকে একসাথে বলছে হিয়ার গোজ মাই হোম
taking some good steps in.
আগস্টান তুই যা ভাই তুই জার্মানি যা তুই
But they now know where he is.
হিয়ার গোজ মাই হোমি
He's going to secure so much
never
time.
mind.
And just bit by bit, Mind Freak is playing to that clock, working away at FUT, chipping them down, and Cracks tries as best he can, keeping them in this series.
কখন যে কাকে জিজি বলিস কখন যে এনটি বলিস ভগবান জানে
আরে তুই এটা তুই কেন পিকটা নিলে বল মাইন্ড ফ্রিক এখানে কে বলবি মাইন্ড ফ্রিকটা কেন পিক নিল ওরা 5 সেকেন্ড গোনে ঠিক আছে 7 সেকেন্ডে স্পাইক ডিফিউজ হয় 5 সেকেন্ড বা 5.5 সেকেন্ডে পিক
I mean, we see that from Jing. He
just
gets the kill. It's a 5-on-3. He switches to that Vandal. He keeps holding W. But I mean, why not? Right now, with this lead, with this momentum, with this confidence, keep going for it. You have the rounds to play with to do these things and really just crush FUT. At a certain time, 11-7, 11-8, maybe that's when you get down to business. But right now, 7-round lead. Why not?
তবুও আমি কিন্তু 20000 টাকাটা জিতিনি জাস্ট
They'll set up here.
তবুও মাঝে মাঝে ওরম করে পিক না দিয়ে চুপচাপ দাঁড়িয়ে যে ফুল করে দিয়ে বেরিয়ে চলে গেল
একবার বললো ভাই দুদিন আগে আরে আমি ওটা কিছু করার ছিল না আমি পুরোটা ঘুরতে গেলাম না ওটাতে টাইম চলে
This defensive that's making me nervous. The one person spotting.
আমরা বলে যাচ্ছি ঘুরি না আবার আমি তো ঘুরবো
Tell me how the captain's at least got full shields.
হাত দেখতে পেয়েছি হাত দেখতে হয়ে গেছে
কোন ম্যাপে বলতো তুহিন
Taken away at a captain and leaving pretty much Mr. Fall
ওদের বেলা ডিফেন্ডিং ভার এদের ডিফেন্ডিং
Oh, good response.
বাচ্চারা যে মারা আমার বাপকে মেরেছে তোকে মানে মা চুদবো খান কিছু তারা ওর বলছে তারা বাপকে জিতেছি তোকে চুদবো
But now he's got no security. Has to fall away to CT and give up the side.
এই হ্যান্ডেলটা যখন রিলোড করে বলে আরে তুমি দাঁড়াও খোকা আমি করছি বেড়ালটা বেরিয়ে বলে
কন্ট্রোল তো
Grab towards Hookah. Zena's going to take down Mind Freak. That's huge.
আরে মেরেছে বড় তোর মারাটা মর তুই
Taken though in a
অল
1v3
ক্লাস করতে
position.
পারবে পারসেন্ট ক্লাস করতে ডুম
Thus far, can he clutch up?
আর না করতে পারলে ট্রিলান তো
I wasn't clean on the first.
বাবা প্রথমটাকে মেরে দিলা কিন্তু ক্লিন
Moved away
তুই
from
তাহলে তুই লান
left Mr. Fall
জানা কথা
দেখেই চলে
কিছু নেয়া বলো
Big round for Cena at 4.
দেখ তো সাবস্ক্রাইবার বলছে তুই লান বল এবার
Round, but needs to do this. PRX
নেয়া
still in a
বলো
really comfortable lead.
দেখ
না হলে তাহলে আজকে একটা নাইফ গিফট করতে বাট ওটা করবে না
Let another
কি
round
বলবে
slip into the
সেই
favor of
একই
FUT.
জিনিস
But
100 করে হোক আমি দেব আমি হলে
গর্ষণ তুই তো বলিস না ভাই তুই
if you're going
কি
to
নাম
use
জানি
any to highlight the differences in teamwork between PRX and FUT,
পুরোনামি
it's right
নাইফের
here.
জন্য পুরোনামি
See how this player
স্কিনগুলোর
gets
জন্য
this
তুই
kill.
একে রাইট ইমেল করে তোর স্টোরে আনিয়েছিলিস ভাই তুই বলিস
ভাই দেয় না কখন ওর ভাগ্যে পেয়েছে
ভাই ওটা ইমেল করে কোনো লাভ হয় না ভাই
এটা কি মাথায় ছিট আছে তাহলে তো সবাই তো মেল বক্স ফুল হয়ে যেত প্রত্যেকদিন
They end up with the round.
রাইট কে মেল করে নেই করে না বেরিয়ে যাবে
আলাদাই পাওয়ার ভাই এসছে সেদিন
ও জাস্ট পেয়ে গেছে ওর ভাগ্য করে
So I still hold my breath, but for now it's an effective
ওরা
trade in
বিশ্বাস
favor
করে
to FUT. They
নিতে
keep the man advantage,
আলাদাই
they keep control, and they've seen a lot.
আজ অব্দি কোনো পুরোনামি নাইফ আসেনি ভাই আজ অব্দি
আসলে তোর ভাগ্যে নেই তাই
Getting into that long B, seen it as well. Moving over, jump spotting for that hookah angle. And
কিছুই আসেনি তাহলে তোর ভাগ্যে নেই পুরোনো
Cracks on A heaven right now.
সিম্পল অ্যাজ ফাক
Really understanding exactly.
তাহলে তুই মেল করে দেখ তোকে তুই দে স্টোরে দে
That showstopper is also going to be.
যদি চলে আসে তখন ভাবে মেল করলে তাহলে কাজ হয়
মেল করলে কোনো কাজ হয় না
আরে সে তো জানি
Here comes the danger man, Jing. Didn't check Octagon, but sends it towards CT and gets a
ওই
trade.
একটা মেরে দিয়েছে
But out of captain. Safe pair of hands there.
Twin,
That's another step.
11-6 হয়ে গেল কিন্তু
It's an
13
arduous road,
বাজেটা
Josh. This is going to be a slog if they want to try and bring this back.
কি করছে ভাই
Coach is
এরা
now going to come up here for PRX. They've got round to play.
13-5 পরে এবার আইএস কি বলে আবার একটা ম্যাচ হচ্ছে বাইন্ডে যেখানে 11-6 হয়েছে
11-7, 11.
দাঁড়া ইয়ে মেসেজ করেছে ডিরেক্ট কল কর
That red line of this is
না
getting
না
a
করে
little bit
দিয়েছি
too
আরে
uncomfortable
তোরা
considering
ইয়ে
where
কর
we
মানে
were,
এটা
where
আমার
we came
স্ট্রিমটা
from,
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
but
লোকজন
still needing
দেখছে
to play almost
এই দেখ ফোন করেছে না না ফোন করেছে ফোন করেছে না
quite there yet. They're winning the rounds, and
দাঁড়া বলবে ওটা বাংলায় কথা বলছে দেখেছিস
really it's off the back of big hero like Cena getting that 4 in the previous round, getting that
আমি বলে দিচ্ছি দাঁড়া কি ভাই
the showstopper here out of captain playing in the smokes. But what I don't like what they did there with the 3B retake A, perfect, that's good. You're against stingers,
বোধহয় সেটা জানি একবার জিজ্ঞাসা করুন
you're doing this gamble stack, but these other rounds they're playing 2A 2B. What are you gonna do when you know you're against 3 or 4 PRX members and you only have 2 to defend right now? So FUT
এটা মনে হচ্ছে
আরে
শ্রদ্ধা করে
না 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 আরে বলছে যে ইয়ে মানে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সব লোকজন দেখছে ইয়ে করতে বারণ করলো বললো যে তাহলে লিক হয়ে যাবে না স্ক্রিপ্টের ব্যাপারটা
কতজন দেখছে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল দর্শক
আবার বলছি না অনেকজন দেখছে তুই চিল কর
ও আচ্ছা শুধু শুধু এতে দেখাচ্ছে না দুজন দেখাচ্ছে না
আরে ওয়াচিংটা একজন দেখছে সে আবার ডিসকর্ডে শেয়ার দিয়ে সবাইকে দেখাচ্ছে
ও আচ্ছা
বলছি না বললো যে পিওর বাংলা ভাষায় কথা বলতে আমরা বাংলা ভাষায় বলছি দেখ আমাদের হবে
এই ওয়াচিং এ 6 জন আছে
নবম আর 13 ঠিক আছে এটা আমাদের ইয়ে ঠিক আছে এটা
নবম যখন বললি তাহলে ত্রয়োদশ বল
ত্রয়োদশ বলে না হ্যাঁ ত্রয়োদশ
মারা নবম আর 13
ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে
জানি ভাই
যেটা বললাম
তোরটা বাংলা ছিল না ইংলিশ ছিল অনার্সটা বাংলা ছিল না ইংলিশ ছিল তুই
অনার্স এটা ইয়ে ক্র্যাশ কোর্স ছিল 3 বছর
বাংলা না ইংলিশ তাও শিখতে পারলি না এগুলি যায় খালি
That is not the opening you want.
এই রোটেশনটা দে
অ্যালেক্স এর একটা টাইম আউটে না কেমন যেন রাউন্ড গুলো বের হতে থাকে কি যে বলে
বলে এই শালা ওভার এক্সেস করছিস কেন রে তুই
ওরা বলে রাশিয়ানটা এবার ডাবল দেবো
আরে ত্রয়োদশ আর নবমের বেশি হলে তাহলে অ্যালেক্স নিজে দেবে
Good reposition.
শোন এটা যদি ত্রয়োদশ আর নবম না হয়েছে তাহলে আমি তোকে বাইতে গিয়ে দিয়ে আসবো ঠিক আছে আর তোর থেকে রিইম্বার্সমেন্টটা নেব
কার মাথার উপর দিয়ে কি যাচ্ছে
30 seconds and Yedajay's positioned if for that TP comes.
Wingman doing his job as best he can, gets denied again. Now the nightfall, now CNET strikes. Jing and answer back in kind. Man advantage now with PRX, but Krax's position could be huge. As could be said for Yedajay, but Mindfreak's watching it. Mindfreak wins, and now the problems begin. A 2v4, this is going to be everything. Jing takes away out of captain, and Krax left to rot at the end of this 12. Calling and answered by Jing. PRX, after the timeout, get the job done up to 12.
না জিং রেগে যায় টাইম আউটের পর বাবা ভাই মেরে
ত্রয়োদশ সপ্তম শেষ হয়ে যেতে পারে
That's 7-0 down to start off this map.
এখন আগে থেকে কভার আপ করে রাখছে
See that he moved from showers because his teammate's Viper wall would cut off
কেউ কিছু বলবে না চল
needed at B. Moves over to lamps. The enemy
কিছু জায়গা কি বলবে
loses that vision that way. Needs to have a better position. I like the reposition. Wait for them to rotate back from B to short.
এবার বলছে জিং আর 4 সেকেন্ড কে দেবই না রাখি আর ওটা আমরা নেব
Truck in front of the truck, something like that. Gets
আমি জিং বলো আমি ক্লাস করছি আমি বেশি নেব
lose that sight line. Sure, he uses the pink shells and the boom bot just to stall by some time, but the 20 seconds on those brim smokes, it's not enough. 6 rounds in a row is what FUT needs, and PRX, they just need 1 round here. They have economy, they can do another buy round if they lose this, and they're so close to getting so many different ultimates on
আমি রাশিয়ান দেব তোদেরকে তোরা ম্যাচ জিত
জিং এর আন্টের কত বাকি
one away from the Viper's pit. It's only 3 off for Jing as well. I mean, and that's not a million miles away for him.
3 off
and
বললো
2
তো
away from the
3টে
orbital strike. You're right.
And one of the things I noticed last round as well was that Jing was actually the one to pick up the orb at long B.
আমদিগুলো আমি তো আমার তো ডেইলি
the round before that, but that to me signifies that
ও বলবে এখন আমার কোরিয়ান চাই চাইনিজ অনেক জিতেছি ওর আমার কোরিয়ান
so we got him to 2. So they're thinking about
এমনি রাশিয়া থেকে সামথিং এর রাশিয়ান লাগবে
ultimates unloading at the same
সামনে
time.
আর অফ নিয়ে যাবে আবার সামথিং এরও আন্ট আছে
And right now, I mean, PRX, they can still gamble with a couple rounds here where they don't use ultimates and then just dump 4 at the same time. Need to use theirs off cooldown.
And welcome to the pace. Instantly off the rip, we're going to have a nightfall over towards B. And a quick take through towards shower. Hell, it looks like the pistol round all over again. And they are no idea.
ওদের থেকে ভাই ঠিক আছে ডিফেন্ডিং আমরা এরাই করবে
now. Foot down to Mr. Fallen and Yedajay to try and save the day to keep them standing and breathing, but they have to give up the sight.
Attacking, defending. Oh my god.
Backs away.
এ বাবা কিসের মধ্যে ডিফেন্ড হয়ে রয়েছে রে
2v3. and you're so far from the site.
They have that wingman, they have that Viper's pit. Get into the back of the site, pop that Viper's pit, get the wingman on the spike, use that dizzy probably to get them in the space. Thrash is invested.
Trying everything.
Full clear.
Kitchen sink included. Sends it in.
Hey,
It does get a man. They need to deal with him quickly though. They've got to spam it and they're trying something, trying to evade. He's gotten down. 2v2. Time is now of the essence. They cannot miss here. And Mind Freak is hitting everything. PRX being the force of nature. Staying alive here. And sending FUT all the way home.
Just an insanely difficult group to deal with, but needed that round on Sunset. They needed that map to take it to a everyone knows how strong and deadly PRX are together as a team. Getting kind of unlucky with the draw they got against G2 going into this. What are you going to do? Like, that's the only reason that they're down here. Both these teams were so good. Quality. Playoff quality.
You voted for 2000. अरे ये चिलो ना बेसी. Against चिलो. Odds है वो तो 532 जन ना कि vote कर दिया था गाइस टूके.
ऐसे मेरे टूके उधर होए उधर ही defending করে দিল.
হ্যাঁ এটা যদি আমাদের ওদের শাওয়ারটা কে দেখছিস? শাওয়ার কেন ছেড়েছিস? সবে মারছে কি করে? আরে হাতে নাইফ নিয়ে ছিল ভাই.
That second map, Josh, was exceptional.
কালকেরটাও দুটো ম্যাচ 2-0 হলো, আজকেরটাও দুটো ম্যাচ 2-0 হলো।
This is definitely a team that you can't take lightly. You see them.
আবার কালকে আছে না? কালকে কার আছে? লাউডের আছে?